Chapter 489. After passing through the 9 great Tao Source Stone steels, Ziyue continued to go deeper into the main hall. With the help of the Jade token, he passed through a layer of array fog. However, almost immediately, his gaze fell on a statue that was placed on a stone platform. It was as tall as a man. The statue of inheritance. Ziyue's heart skipped a beat. The statue looked like it was made of wood and gold. It was dark red and looked like a middle-aged Taoist priest. It had a feathered crown on its head, and its eyes were dim. Upon closer inspection, they were as bright as the stars. The robe it was wearing seemed to contain endless mystery. He formed a seal with one hand and pointed a sword with the other. It was neither sharp nor sharp, but there was a sense of everything in the world hidden in one point. With just a glance, Ziyue could clearly sense the extraordinariness of the statue. However, when he tried to sense it in detail, it was like looking at flowers in a fog. The entire statue of inheritance seemed to contain endless mystery, but it also seemed ordinary. It only gave people a feeling that Tao was natural and that heaven and earth existed forever. This statue, Ziyue could not help but cover it with his divine sense, wanting to sense the changes in it more clearly. However, when he used his divine sense, he only felt that there was nothing in front of him. It can't be sensed by my divine sense at all. It can only be seen by the naked eye. Ziyue was shocked. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Generally speaking, if one wanted to avoid his divine sense, they would have to use an array to conceal it. However, there was no array fluctuation on the statue, but it could do this. This is the heavenly Tao rhythm. Only under the heavenly Tao rhythm can it naturally block my spirit sense. Ziyue had to give up on using his divine sense. His eyes carefully looked at the entire statue of inheritance. He even used his perception to touch the natural Tao rhythm aura in the statue. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Ziyue silently probed. The first thing he probed was the sword finger. Under his sword finger, waves of mysteries related to the way of using flying swords slowly appeared in his mind. In a daze, he was like a peerless sword immortal, one hand forming a seal, the other pointing out with his sword finger. A sword light soared into the sky, and everything in the world seemed to be enveloped by this sword. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, he suddenly came back to his senses. When he looked at the sword finger again, he felt that it was ordinary. Even the Taoist connotation seemed to have disappeared. Is it because he was not lucky enough to comprehend it in the end? Ziyue couldn't help but frown. Even though he had comprehended for a few hours, he already felt that he had gained a lot. When he thought about the sword Tao spells that he had mastered before, such as the sword chi of the 23rd floor, he could clearly sense that there were some parts that were not right. If he could modify, optimize, or even combine them with the sword Tao foundation that he currently grasped, it would be enough to improve the sword chi of the 23rd floor and evolve it into a true sword Tao Abijna. Then, Ziyue's eyes involuntarily fell on the magic robe of the statue of inheritance again. That magic robe also contained endless mysteries. When Ziyue's eyes fell on it, he was almost instantly immersed in it. Then, he looked at the eyes of the statue of inheritance, the crown. Almost every point seemed to contain the great Tao of heaven and earth, which made him feel that he had gained a lot. He seemed to have a deeper understanding of heaven and earth. However, 3 days had passed, and he didn't get a complete Dharma from the statue of inheritance. Many of his comprehensions were very fragmentary. Perhaps if he combined them, he could form 1 or 2 powerful Dharma spells, which could make up for his theory of cultivation methods. However, he was very clear that he couldn't see through 10% or 20% of the inheritance at all. This is normal. Even the countless experts above the Golden Core realm in the Qingshu sect couldn't really get a complete inheritance from it. I'm only at the initial stage of the God realm, and my comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth is far from that of those existences. How can I really get the inheritance of the Dharma and Tao? Ziyue was very self-aware. He knew that although his foundation was profound, in terms of accumulation and comprehension of the great Tao of heaven and earth, he was definitely not comparable to the Golden Core realm perfected cultivators. Even the countless golden core perfected cultivators in the Qingshu sect couldn't get a complete inheritance from the statue of inheritance. It was actually very normal that he couldn't find anything. However, it's too regretful that I came to a treasure mountain but didn't get anything. It seems that after all, I still need to rely on the power of the attribute panel and the ability of Tao enlightenment time. Perhaps only by perceiving and observing the statue of inheritance in the state of Tao enlightenment can I find out the truth about this statue of inheritance. Ziyue whispered and didn't hesitate anymore. Then, his eyes fell on the attribute panel. Activate Tao enlightenment time. Bai Ziyue changed his mind. In an instant, his thoughts paused for a moment and then became incomparably fast. His whole body and mind, from the inside out, were in a special state of perception. At this moment, his eyes fell on the statue of inheritance again. Almost in an instant, there was a flood of information. The aura of Taoist connotation, which seemed to have disappeared before, suddenly appeared. It was very clear. All kinds of Taoist principles which flashed and disappeared appeared in front of his eyes one by one, so that he could completely see all the subtle changes in it. Under Tao enlightenment, the countless mysteries and the true inheritance hidden in the statue of inheritance can't be hidden and can be completely perceived by me. The thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately put more of his thoughts on receiving the inheritance. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, Ziyue's thoughts were faster than ever before. However, the inheritance in the statue of inheritance was very large. In addition, the entire inheritance was restored by the power of Tao enlightenment and was not copied from the Tao source stone like before. Therefore, it was relatively slower. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Finally, Ziyue's body swayed and completely received all the inheritance in the statue of inheritance. 3 inheritances. Who would have thought that there were 3 inheritances that matched each other on the statue of inheritance? One was the 5 Emperors reincarnation technique, the 5 Emperors royal robe, and the 5 Emperors heaven sealing sword. Among them, the 5 Emperors reincarnation technique was a cultivation method that could directly lead to the middle stage divine realm. Practicing this cultivation method could help the cultivator to form a top-grade golden core and condense a second-grade golden core. As for the 5 Emperors royal robe, it was a top defensive, great divine ability. It evolved a set of immortal magic battle robe with the power of the 5 elements and could be immune to most of the attacks of the 5 elements. In terms of defensive power, it was much stronger than my 7-colored calamity, avoiding divine light. The 5 Emperors heaven sealing sword was a great divine ability that was both offensive and defensive. It was driven by the power of the 5 elements and evolved into the 5 elements divine swords of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Finally, the 5 elements divine swords combined into one. When the 5 Emperors divine sword was released, it sealed the sky and locked the earth, forming a cage of sword Tao. In order to break out of the cage, one must first break the seal of sword Tao. No wonder I always felt that the power of this sword was more than enough. It turned out that this was not a pure offensive, great divine ability. Although the attack of the 5 Emperors' divine sword was equally powerful, the most important thing was the word seal. Ziyue exclaimed and was pleasantly surprised. This time, he had really gained a lot. A cultivation technique that could directly reach the middle primordial spirit realm. In addition to the great elemental magnetic slash that he had previously obtained, there were a total of 3 great divine abilities. Moreover, these 3 great divine abilities were extremely powerful. Once he cultivated them, his strength would immediately increase greatly. However, it is obvious that both the 5 Emperors' royal robe and the 5 Emperors' heaven sealing sword were great divine abilities created based on the 5 Emperors' reincarnation technique. In other words, only by cultivating the 5 Emperors' reincarnation technique can one truly unleash the full power of these 2 great divine abilities. In this aspect, it is similar to the immortal martial sect in the ancient desolate region. Regardless of whether it is the great immortal martial handprint or the immortal martial glazed light, or even the immortal martial true body. They are all supreme arts that were created based on the immortal martial Tao. If one didn't cultivate an immortal martial Tao technique, then even though one could similarly cultivate the grand immortal martial palm and immortal martial glazed light, because one would lose the complementary effect of the two techniques, it would be utterly difficult for one to exert the might of the two techniques that were comparable to divine abilities. Ziyue pondered silently. Soon, he smiled and said, "Fortunately, this is not a big problem for me. Regardless of whether it is the way of the first Yuan or the heaven-devouring divine transformation technique, they are both top-notch martial arts that were created based on countless martial arts. Naturally, they contain the wonders of the five elements. Most importantly, when I was in the Aperture Awakening realm, I had ignited 1296 acupoints. It was under the condition that all the acupoints in my body were complete, and I broke through to the God realm. In other words, in theory, I can completely cultivate and use any great divine ability without being unable to cultivate or unleashing the full power of the great divine ability. With the acupoints unobstructed, naturally, many of the marvelous uses can be fully carried on. At the very least, I can integrate the essence of the Five Emperors reincarnation technique into it the next time I create a new martial art. No matter what, this is a martial art that can lead one to the intermediate primordial spirit realm. After cultivating it, one can form a second gray golden core. There are many wonders in it that are unique." Then, Ziyue's gaze fell on the attribute panel. Sure enough, when he saw the Five Emperors reincarnation technique, Five Emperors divine imperial robe, Five Emperors heaven sealing sword, and great magnetic / all appear on the attribute panel, he was certain. Finally, when he saw the value of his spirit energy, he couldn't help but sigh. Previously, when I raised the 9 Qi coalescence pill refining method to the 4th level, my spirit energy was already greatly depleted, leaving me with only 10 million spirit energy points. This time, after 5 hours of enlightenment, I used up another 3 million spirit energy points. Now I only have slightly more than 7 million spiritual energy left. Calculating the time needed to comprehend the Tao for the last time, this amount of spiritual energy is not enough. Even if I can increase the amount of spiritual energy by a certain amount every day, it is still a drop in the bucket. It seems that it is time for me to go out and earn some spiritual energy. Ziyue could not help but think of leaving the sect. Chapter 490. But now, according to the rules, I can stay in the Hall of Inheritance for another 20 days or so. If I leave now, everyone will notice something is amiss. It just so happens that this place is one of the peaks of the Qingshu mountain range, the place with the densest spiritual energy. I might as well cultivate here and save on spirit stones. Moreover, I'll need time to understand and comprehend a technique that can help me reach the mid-stage nascent soul realm and 3 great divine abilities. Only then will I be able to start cultivating. Anyway, as long as it's quiet and safe, there's nowhere I can't cultivate. After pondering for a while, Ziyue smiled and sat down cross-legged on an empty spot. Soon, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed toward him like a funnel. At the same time, his thoughts were also immersed in the various divine abilities and mystical arts. Kakik, Reverend Danjun rarely visits us in person. It's been several decades since we last met, hasn't it? What? Do you want to join us after staying quiet for so long? Welcome, welcome. In a hidden cave where the surrounding spiritual energy was very thin, a black-robed cultivator surrounded by endless black mist looked at the newcomer with a strange laugh. Cut the crap. Cut the crap. I'm just here to tell you that the supply of elixirs to you in the future will have to be put on hold. Reverend Danjun said coldly. What? Does immortal Danjun want to end our cooperation? The black-robed cultivator's voice changed. It's not that I want to end our cooperation, but some things are no longer convenient. I'm not afraid to tell you that I've lost my position as the next Hall Master of the Clearvoid sect. Reverend Danjuan's expression darkened. The black-robed cultivator's tone immediately revealed some urgency. What's going on? Did someone find out that you were supplying us with pills? How is that possible? We were so secretive, and we even borrowed jade. Reverend Danjun interrupted him. That's not it. Someone suddenly appeared out of nowhere and went against me several times. This time, he showed that his alchemy skills were far superior to mine and fooled true monarch Danshin. That's how he snatched my position as the next Hall Master. If you want to continue to get pills from me, you'll have to help me get rid of him. Also, let me tell you a piece of good news. I've already become an advanced third-grade alchemist. In other words, there's no problem with the blood spirit pill you sent to me last time. But the prerequisite is that he must die. Reverend Danjun couldn't compete with that person even after becoming an advanced third-grade alchemist. Could it be that his alchemy skills have reached the fourth grade? The black-robed cultivator whispered. I know what you're planning. Danjun's Hall Master Danjun. Taoist Danjun said coldly. How could that be? We've been friends for decades, and we've been working together for so many years. We've been very happy. Who is he? How is his strength? You have to tell me this, right? The black-robed cultivator hurriedly denied and asked. The Karakoram savant, Ziyue. He's in the early stage of the god realm. It's him? I should have known it was him. I know this person. He has a grudge with us. The black-robed cultivator's expression changed. He then said hesitantly, however, if he stays in the Qingshu sect, we can't do anything. As one of the 4 sects of the cloud-piercing sect, the Qingshu sect was strong and powerful. They didn't even dare to get close to the sect, let alone break in and kill. Half a year later, the cloud-piercing spiritual conference will be held. There will be cultivators, alchemists, and blacksmiths from the 4 sects of the cloud-piercing sect and the surrounding sections. Since perfected Lord Danshan had pushed him to be the next Hall Master, he would definitely make him appear at the spiritual conference to show his skills and spread his name. He would also clear the obstacles for him to become the next Hall Master and restore the reputation of the Qingshu sect's treasure pill hall, which had been declining day by day. Therefore, Ziyue would definitely appear in the cloud-piercing sect at that time. I think it shouldn't be difficult for you to find a chance to kill him. It's not difficult. The black-robed cultivator chuckled and said casually, Don't be careless. Ziyue's strength is not weak. To be safe, you'd better do it yourself. True monarch Danshin thought of the scene when Ziyue suppressed him. His face darkened, and he couldn't help but whisper, Don't worry. The Karakoram savant must die. The black-robed cultivator nodded with a hideous smile. Suddenly, he was stunned. He felt that these words were a little familiar. When did he say it? After more than 20 days of continuous cultivation, I've finally accumulated more strength. It's equivalent to saving 5 million lower-grade spiritual stones. I'm finally one step closer to breaking through to the middle stage of the god realm and triggering the first transformation. Ziyue walked out of the Inheritance Palace and looked at the attribute panel. He was satisfied with the progress of the sky-devouring divine transformation technique. There was a barrier between the peak of the early stage of the god realm and the middle stage of the god realm. According to the characteristics of his sky-devouring divine transformation technique, he had to go through a transformation, which was the real mystery of the god transformation technique. After the transformation, he could officially break through. However, the transformation also required accumulation. The more accumulation, the more complete the transformation. Through the attribute panel, Ziyue knew that the total amount of soul energy required for the first transformation was the same as the amount of soul energy required to break through to the peak of the early stage of the god realm. If converted into lower-grade spiritual stones, it would be 30 million lower-grade spiritual stones. I need 30 million lower-grade spiritual stones to accumulate enough soul energy for the first transformation and break through to the middle stage of the god realm. Previously, by absorbing the heaven and earth spirit chi, I was able to reduce the consumption of 3 million low-grade spirit stones. In addition, I was able to absorb all the remaining 12 million low-grade spirit stones that I had, which was equivalent to me continuously absorbing 15 million low-grade spirit stones. Plus the 5 million lower-grade spiritual stones this time, it's 20 million lower-grade spiritual stones. Now, I'm only left with 10 million upper-grade spiritual stones, which is 1,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. Ziyue thought silently and felt a little helpless. This was also a price he had to pay to practice the top-notch cultivation technique that he had created. It was powerful, so it naturally required more soul energy than the cultivation technique that ordinary cultivators practiced. But it's almost time. Although 1,000 upper-grade spiritual stones is not a lot, it's not a lot. At least it's not difficult for me to get them with my means. Ziyue felt a little relieved, and his eyes fell on the attribute panel. Name: Ziyue, Immortal Technique Realm. Peak of the early stage of the God Realm Cultivation Technique. 1 Yuan Great Way, complete. Sky-devouring Divine Transformation Technique. First stage complete. First transformation, 67%. 5 Emperor's Reincarnation Technique. Uninitiated, 7%. Natal Superpower. Absent-minded Great Superpower. Magnetic Slash. Uninitiated, 9%. 5 Emperor's Royal Robe. Uninitiated, 15%. 5 Emperor's Heaven Sealing Sword. Uninitiated, 16%. Superpower. Ground Shrink. Annihilation Divine Light. Rainbow Spirit Light. Minor Forbidden Spirit Technique. 10,000 Flames Furnace. Superpower Seed. Magic. Immortal Martial Palm. Immortal Martial Glazed Light. 23-story Pagoda. Sword Chi. 1 Sword Break All Spells. Large Hole Observation Technique. Invisibility Technique. 9 Chi Coalescence Pill. Refining Technique. Complete. Guyu Weapon Refining Technique. Complete. Chiman Duanjia. Spiritual Energy. 9625885 Enlightenment Time. 10,000 Spiritual Energy per minute. After the daily increase, my spiritual energy has returned to 6 million spiritual energy. It should be enough for me to deduce the cultivation technique again. Coincidentally, I have 550,000 merit points. I can go to the creation hall and exchange for those cultivation techniques. Looking at the spiritual energy value on the attribute panel, Ziyue's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly felt a little impatient. Without hesitation, his figure flashed, and he immediately went straight to the creation hall. Half an hour later, the creation hall was in sight. Soon, Ziyue stood at the entrance of the creation hall. However, what made him slightly surprised was that enlightened swordsman, who he saw last time, was in the open space in front of the hall, as if he was thinking silently about something. Elder Kunlun, it hasn't been long since you last created a cultivation technique. You have gained something again and intend to create another one. Elder Tai Xing also noticed Ziyue at the first moment and could not help but ask in surprise. That's right. This time, I will exchange for the remaining 280 deity realm cultivation techniques together. Ziyue nodded and said generously, You are. Elder Tai Xing was slightly stunned. Then his eyes lit up and he said, I haven't congratulated Elder Kunlun for breaking through to become a beginner grade for alchemist. It seems that the rumors about the sect leader and hall master, Zhiwu, rewarding you are true. Elder Tai Xing, you are indeed a well-informed person. Ziyue laughed. Suddenly, he was stunned. Enlightened swordsman, who was standing in the distance, suddenly approached him and looked at Ziyue with a pair of bright eyes. You are Elder Bai? Enlightened swordsman said. His slightly serious face relaxed, and he forced a smile. Then, he rubbed his hands slightly and said, May I have a word with you? Seeing this, Ziyue pondered and roughly guessed something. However, he did not refuse and followed him to a corner. When Elder Tai Xing saw this, he only smiled and did not say anything. Say it, what is it? Ziyue asked directly when he saw Elder Tai Xing cast a soundproof talisman. Elder Bai, you see, you want to create a cultivation technique, and I also want to create a cultivation technique. Why don't we be honest and exchange our theories and embryonic forms of cultivation techniques? Not only will it be greatly beneficial for us to create our own cultivation techniques, but we may also be enlightened by the collision of inspirations. After a slight hesitation, Enlightened swordsman could not help but say, cultivation techniques are related to each other's cultivation. How can I tell others it will? Ziyue said with a smile. In fact, he did not care about this because he was confident that even if his cultivation technique was leaked, few people could really cultivate it successfully. There were too few people who could ignite 1,296 acupoints. At least, he knew that no one in the Qingshu sect could do it. It was said that enlightened swordsmen only ignited more than 1,100 acupoints and broke through to the deity realm. Qiubo's monthly votes were very low. Chapter 491. Even though he was the one who ignited the most acupoints in the Qingshu sect in the past hundreds of years. But the lack of igniting acupoints in the Aperture Awakening stage had already determined that he could not fully display the effect of the cultivation method he created. In fact, the reason why the top cultivation method was powerful was that it involved more acupoints. It just happened to cover the acupoints ignited by the cultivator, so that it could display more power. If the cultivation method was of a lower level, the acupoints would be less covered, and the power would be relatively weaker. It would be difficult to display the full potential and strength of an immortal cultivation method cultivator. This was also the reason why some cultivators would choose to create their own cultivation method. Immortal Pushing Jian had ignited more than 1,100 acupoints, which had exceeded the acupoints coverage of the Qingshu scripture that he originally cultivated. He could not fully display his potential and advantage. Therefore, he wanted to create his own cultivation method that could fully display the advantage of igniting more acupoints, so that he could form a superior gold core when he formed his gold core. This is a fallacy. How can there be progress if you cherish your own cultivation method? Immortal Pushing Jian was furious, and his reaction was extremely fierce. There are countless disciples in the Qingshu sect, and many of them are determined to create their own cultivation method. Why is it difficult to achieve? It is because everyone hides their own ideas. Who doesn't know that what they think is good is actually very ordinary? It is better for both sides to exchange ideas so that there could be better development. Ziyue nodded. There were indeed people who were limited in knowledge and could not see through themselves. However, those people did not include him. Seeing this, Immortal Pushing Jian was slightly embarrassed. He did not expect Ziyue to agree, but he still braced himself and said, "Of course, everyone has their own aspirations. Since Elder Bai is unwilling, I will not force you. So, I am still willing to give you my accumulation and comprehension, as well as the prototype of my cultivation method. I believe it will be of great help to your creation. However, I must have a request. It just so happens that I am a little short of money these days. Elder Bai, why don't you lend me some merit points? Don't worry, I can guarantee that I will repay you with interest within 3 years. Moreover, because I accidentally discovered the comprehension left behind by a certain senior last time, I was enlightened and gained a lot. If it wasn't for the lack of time in the creation hall, I would have created the cultivation method a month ago. Therefore, this time, I have 100% confidence that I will be able to truly create a cultivation method." At that time, as long as he offered up the cultivation method he created, he would immediately receive a large amount of merit points as a reward. It would be more than enough to return the merit points to you. If you need it, I can even pass it to you. What do you think? After saying that, he felt a little nervous. How many merit points will I get if I hand over my cultivation technique? Ziyue suddenly asked. This actually has something to do with the grade of the cultivation technique you're offering. Of course, the premise was that the sect didn't have this cultivation method inheritance. Let's take the cultivation method I'm about to create as an example. It's a cultivation method at the divine realm that covers 1,170 acupoints. It's based on the cultivation method at the level of 300 acupoints and is calculated as 30,000 merit points. Every additional acupoint will bring me 1,000 merit points as a reward. In other words, at that time, I will be able to obtain at least 900,000 merit points. That's definitely not a small amount. It's equivalent to making up for all my initial expenses with interest. Although Immortal Pushing Sword was puzzled, he explained sincerely. Bai Ziyue came to a realization. This reward was indeed not low. Because the Qingshu sect was not short of divine realm cultivation methods, The reason why they were willing to give out rewards was that they wanted to increase the foundation of the sect little by little. Only in this way could the sect flourish and gradually grow stronger. Then, after breaking through to the gold core stage, what's the difference between the so-called 3 upper grades, the 3 middle grades, and the 3 lower grades? Ziyue asked immediately. When the 3 upper grades are formed, the gold core condensed by an immortal method practitioner is a real gold core. When the 3 middle grades are formed, the gold core condensed by an immortal method practitioner is a solid core. When the 3 lower grades are formed, the gold core condensed by an immortal method practitioner is just a void core. Although they're all gold cores, there is a huge difference in strength and foundation. Moreover, there is a well-known rumor among the immortal method practitioners. That is, only when the 3 upper grades are formed and the real gold core can a practitioner have a chance to smoothly break through the gold core and break through to the primordial spirit realm. As for the void core and the solid core, the relative probability is much smaller. Among them, if the 3 middle grades are formed, there is a chance to break through this level with the help of a supreme opportunity. But if the void core is formed, it is almost completely impossible, and the practitioner can only stay in the gold core stage for life. Immortal Pushing Jian continued to explain, but his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. This time, he did not want to help others solve their doubts. Ziyue smiled faintly and naturally saw his hesitation. He just said, "How much do you want?" 200,000. 100,000 merit points. 100,000 merit points are enough. Don't worry, once I succeed, I will immediately pay you back. It is equivalent to that I owe you a favor. Immortal Pushing Jian's eyes lit up, and he could not wait to say, 200,000 merit points then. Ziyue directly took out his identity token and transferred 200,000 merit points to Immortal Pushing Jian. Of course, he was not pretending to be generous. There is no doubt about Immortal Pushing Jian's potential. He had ignited 1,170 acupoints to break through to the divine realm. Such talent was peerless. The reason why he was silent now was that there were countless rumors that said that the genius had fallen and seemed to be unable to recover from the setback. Even the merit points had to be borrowed from Ziyue. It was just that he was ambitious and wanted to create his own cultivation method so that he could form a top-grade core in the future in order to break through the limit and break through to the primordial soul stage. Moreover, Ziyue guessed that the reason why Immortal Pushing Jian ended up like this was not without the tacit approval and encouragement of his master, the sect chief fairy. This, in fact, could be seen as a kind of tempering of his temperament by the sect chief. After all, it was not a good thing for a genius to have a smooth journey. Now, after decades of tempering, Immortal Pushing Jian was about to succeed. At this time, he was on his good side and extended a helping hand, which was like sending charcoal in the snow. It was equivalent to befriending a future golden core perfected cultivator, who was likely to directly form a top-grade core, break through to the primordial soul stage, and become the next sect chief of the Qingshu sect. Since it was something that was convenient, why not do it? It was not like he was giving it away directly, especially now that he had enough merit points. In addition, Ziyue noticed that the identity token Immortal Pushing Jian was using was the same purple gold hall master token as his. This immediately confirmed his guess. Thank you. Thank you very much, Elder Bai. Immortal Pushing Jian was moved to tears. He quickly reached out and took out a jade slip, saying, "This is the embryonic form of the cultivation method that I have accumulated during this period of time. I believe it will be of some help to Elder Bai in creating the cultivation method. Please accept it." Bai Ziyue hesitated for a moment before accepting the invitation. In the cultivation method hall, 280 divine realm cultivation methods, 5 days of creation time, calculated with a 30% discount from the purple gold token, cost me a total of 231,000 merit points. After deducting the 200,000 merit points I lent to Immortal Pushing Jian, I have 120,000 merit points left. Ziyue silently glanced at the number of merit points on the identity token and felt more at ease. It was because he knew that his merit points were enough that he was willing to lend the 200,000 merit points. The favor of the next sect master was not something that could be obtained at any time. Then, his gaze fell on the 280 divine realm cultivation methods jade slip that he had exchanged this time. He slightly scanned with his divine thought. In the blink of an eye, the martial arts recorded in the jade slips turned into rays of light and flowed into his mind. After his divine sense scanned through the jade slips shattered one after another and were completely destroyed. One piece, two pieces, three pieces. Ziwa silently checked the various cultivation methods and memorized them one by one. In the situation where the formation was activated and the power of Tao energy essence filled the air, his mind was calm and his thoughts were accelerated, which helped him to understand these cultivation methods. Puff, puff, puff. Soon, the 280 divine realm cultivation methods all rushed into his mind and became his nourishment and foundation. Let's begin. With more than 6 million points of spiritual energy, I hope I can complete the rest of my cultivation methods in one go. Bai Ziyu released his divine sense, but he closed his eyes silently. The enlightenment time began. In an instant, his mind became more active than ever. The 280 new divine realm cultivation methods immediately flashed through his mind, and he understood them one by one. All sorts of wonderful ideas, effective cultivation theories, cultivation experiences, and his understanding of the profundities of the heavens and the earth and the circulation of the grand Tao swiftly collided within his mind, and they were sublimated to the extreme and evolved into even more dazzling and profound principles of cultivation. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, unknowingly, Ziwa's body had an additional calmness and natural aura. The experience in the Inheritance Palace had helped him a lot. Whether it was the 3 grand super skills or the 5 Emperors reincarnation technique, all of them had become his accumulation and foundation at this moment, helping him to create new cultivation methods. Unknowingly, a burst of ideas gushed out, quickly combined, evolved, and piled up bit by bit, and soon turned into a new cultivation method. No, give up. Almost. This inspiration is wonderful. Again and again, he repeated it and recombined it again and again. Finally, at a certain moment, Ziyue's face showed a trace of a smile. The cultivation method that can lead me to the peak of the late-stage divine realm is completed. Ziyue was secretly excited. Thinking of the confusion when he had just walked out of the innumerable huge mountains, and now, with the help of the foundation of the Qingshu sect, he had perfected the cultivation method that could lead him to the peak of the late-stage divine realm in just a few months. He was really glad that he had made a prompt decision to join the Qingshu sect. Otherwise, without the help of the sect, his path of creating new cultivation methods would be several times more difficult than it was now. Chapter 492. In this way, it means that my cultivation method of the God realm has been perfected. Next, I just need to practice step by step until I reach the peak. Then, I can prepare to condense the gold core. Ziyue thought silently. Then he looked at the attribute panel and smiled. Fortunately, the cultivation method has been created. Otherwise, with only 450,000 points of spiritual energy, I won't be able to hold on for long. He felt relieved. This time, I spent less time creating the cultivation method than the last time. Now that I have the complete cultivation method of the God realm, I can feel the gap between it and the 5 Emperors reincarnation technique. Even though the 5 Emperors reincarnation technique is a technique that can help one reach the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm, it is still at least 3 levels inferior to the divine sky-devouring mantra that I have created, whether in terms of concept, theory, or the abstruseness of the technique. A trace of complacency flashed across his face. If practicing the 5 Emperors reincarnation technique could help a practitioner to condense a second-grade gold core, then practicing the sky-swallowing divine transformation technique that he created could help him to condense a first-grade gold core at least. A first-grade gold core is naturally much stronger than a second-grade gold core. Moreover, I have an intuition that when I condense the gold core, it will not be as simple as a first-grade gold core. When I broke through to the God realm, I attracted auspicious signs from heaven and earth. There were many strange phenomena in heaven and earth. In the future, when I condense the gold core, there will be some unusual phenomena. Ziyue guessed and looked forward to it. With a thought, Ziyue decided to leave a piece of cultivation method comprehension in the inheritance hall again, which could be regarded as a contribution to the Qingshu sect. The flying sword his body turned and rushed out. However, when his eyes fell on the piece of cultivation method comprehension that he left last time, he was stunned. He saw a line of words beside the piece of cultivation method comprehension that he left. Junior Cultivator Wang Push Jian. Thank you for leaving your cultivation method comprehension for me, Senior. I am very grateful. Then, a large piece of cultivation method comprehension left by Immortal Push Jian fell beside it. What a coincidence! I didn't expect that the senior's insights he mentioned before were left behind by me when I came here for the first time. Ziyue's face showed a hint of interest. With a flip of his hand, Zhang Xian recalled the embryonic form of the cultivation technique that the other party had given him. Taking a closer look at it, he realized that it was indeed similar to the heaven-devouring and God transformation of his heaven-devouring divine transformation art. However, in comparison, it was much more immature, and there were also some obvious mistakes. However, in my opinion, the cultivation method he created, even though it's still in its embryonic form, has the characteristics of the sky-devouring technique and the divine transformation technique, so its grade is actually not low. Although it's not as exquisite as the Five Emperors reincarnation technique, it's still much better than most cultivation methods of the divine realm. If I succeed, I might be able to condense a third-grade golden core. Ziyue murmured. Suddenly, he laughed and said, Well, since we're so fated, and there's always some element of calculation in lending the merit points before, I might as well help you and leave you an opportunity. As he spoke, he waved his flying sword and quickly sketched on the side. With his current foundation and understanding of cultivation methods of the divine realm, it might be difficult to create another cultivation method like the heaven-devouring divine transformation art. However, it was just an optimization of a cultivation method, so it was not a big deal at all. Soon, a new group of cultivation methods, which completely fit the theory of Immortal Push Jian's cultivation method, but was more exquisite. Not only could it be used as a supplement, but it could also further his cultivation method. He wrote a deduction and evolution of the cultivation method on the wall. Then, with a slight stroke of the North Sea flying sword, it disappeared into his body again. Elder Bai, did you gain anything this time? Seeing Ziyue walk out of the creation hall leisurely, Elder Tai Xing couldn't help but ask, How is Elder Bai? Immortal Push Jian, who had been thinking silently, quickly approached him. You can say that I gained something. Ziyue thought for a while and said, Congratulations. Elder Tai Xing hurriedly replied, No one has ever succeeded in creating a cultivation method on the first try. It's already considered good to be able to achieve the original goal. I believe that Elder Bai will definitely gain more if you come a few more times. Immortal Push Jian understood the difficulty of creating a cultivation method. Thinking that Ziyue was only at the early stage of the divine realm, he thought that he had only made a small progress. He couldn't help but comfort him. Indeed, in order to create a cultivation method, I've spent a lot of time and energy. Ziyue nodded, then glanced at Immortal Push Jian and said meaningfully, I believe that this time, Immortal Push Jian will definitely succeed in creating his own cultivation method. Thank you for your auspicious words, Elder Bai. Immortal Push Jian didn't think too much. He cupped his hands and hurriedly stepped into the creation hall. Ziyue smiled faintly and didn't stay for long. He directly left. Soon, Ziyue returned to the fiery spirit peak. When Ma Zhan heard the news of his master's return, he quickly put down the staff in his hand and greeted him. During the time that I was not here, is everything in the fiery spirit peak well? Ziyue asked casually. Everything in the fiery spirit peak is well, especially with the batch of improved elixir recipes given by Master. Our fiery spirit peak is really on the right track. Not only has the consumption been greatly reduced, but the efficiency of refining elixirs and the success rate has also increased day by day. Compared to before, it has increased by more than 4 times. Most importantly, because of the large number of elixirs refined, the progress of the senior and junior brothers has been great. In just a little over a month, more than 70 disciples have broken through the bottleneck of refining elixirs and are one step closer. Currently, our Fire Spirit Peak has a total of 1 high-grade 2 alchemist, for middle-grade 2 alchemists, 5 low-grade 2 alchemists, 15 high-grade 1 alchemists, 57 middle-grade 1 alchemists, and 125 low-grade 1 alchemists. On the contrary, there are only a few apprentice alchemists. Also, this is our profit during this time. In total, we have earned 450,000 merit points and 7,500,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Ma Jun reported everything in detail and handed over all the profits to Ziyue. Not bad. Ziyue nodded in satisfaction. Obviously, they didn't slack off during his absence. However, he didn't take all the profits during this time. He only took 250,000 merit points and 5 million low-grade spiritual stones and threw the rest back to Ma Jun. Naturally, he would distribute the rewards to the disciples. All right, a few days ago, Hallmaster Danshin sent someone to inform you that you are back. He wants you to go to the Danbao Palace as soon as possible. Then, Ma Jun seemed to have remembered something and continued to report. Okay, I got it. Although Ziyue was a little confused, he nodded slightly. Bai Ziyue only left for the Elixir Treasure Hall after he finished dealing with all the matters that had piled up. Now that he was publicly recognized as the next Hall Master, no one dared to look down on him. In the Danbao Palace, Ziyue saw perfected Lord Danshin. He bowed slightly and said, "Greetings, Hall Master Danshin. I am Ziyue. Did you gain anything from your trip to the Hall of Inheritance? Which inheritance did you choose?" Perfected Lord Danshin's eyes lit up when he saw Ziyue. He felt that Ziyue's temperament now was more outstanding than before. He even vaguely had a layer of Tao that only golden core perfected lords could have. I gain a lot. As for the inheritance, I chose the Great Divine Power, Great Magnetic Slash. Ziyue didn't hide anything and said directly, "That's the Great Divine Power." I thought you would choose the cultivation technique inheritance, the Qingshu Scripture. After all, the Qingshu Scripture is the cornerstone cultivation technique of our Qingshu sect. It's extremely powerful. Of course, the Great Divine Power, Great Magnetic Slash, is also undeniably powerful. It can be said to be the #1 offensive Great Divine Power of our Qingshu sect. It's said that in the early days, a senior of the sect used this Great Divine Power to kill a mid-stage Golden Core demon venerable, while he was only at the early-stage Golden Core realm. Unfortunately, the difficulty of cultivating the Great Magnetic Slash is too high. The magnetic force between heaven and earth is too thin. It can only be extracted in a specific environment or from special ores for cultivation. Therefore, I suggest that Elder buy exchange for a batch of Divine Essence Magnet Stones from the Internal Affairs Hall when you cultivate. Using the magnetic force in the Divine Essence Magnet Stones to cultivate will be twice the result with half the effort. Perfected Lord Danshin couldn't help but remind him. "Thank you for your advice, Hallmaster," Ziyue hurriedly said gratefully. He had long known that the Great Magnetic Slash was extremely difficult to cultivate. It would probably take him a long time to reach the beginner level if he cultivated step by step. Perfected Lord Danshin's advice would definitely save him a lot of cultivation time. By the way, I called Elderby over this time because I have something to inform you about. Perfected Lord Danshin said with a smile. "What is it?" Ziyue asked curiously. "In less than half a year, there will be a cloud crossing assembly in Piercing Cloud City. At that time, not only will the pill masters and weapon refiners of the 4 sects of Piercing Clouds and other sects be there, even the experts from the surrounding sects and even sects outside of Piercing Cloud Mountain Range will come to participate and exchange ideas. Now that Elderby has been named as the next Hall Master, you naturally have to boost the reputation of our Qingshu sect's treasure pill haul. Therefore, I hope that Elder Bai can participate in this cloud crossing assembly. It would be even better if you can show off your strength at the cloud crossing assembly. Whether the pill treasure haul of the Qingshu sect can rise again and return to its heyday depends on Elder Bai. Perfected Lord Dan, Chun hurriedly said. Piercing Cloud City? Cloud crossing assembly? I have no problem with that. Ziyue was slightly puzzled, but he agreed without hesitation. Previously, he had the intention of leaving the sect to earn more soul energy. This time, he could leave with the help of the Cloud Crossing Assembly. It was exactly what he wanted, so he naturally wouldn't refuse. Chapter 493. The Cloud-Piercing Assembly is actually a grand event for all the cultivators in the Cloud-Piercing mountain range. It's only held once every 30 years. So many people participate. Every year, many new cultivators will show up. Many of them are perfected cultivators who broke through to the Golden Core realm in the past 30 years. In addition, there are also talented cultivators from various sects, such as alchemists, blacksmiths, and formation masters. Countless cultivators communicate and compete with each other. Once you make a name for yourself in the assembly, you'll be famous all over the world. In the previous few conferences, due to the weakness of our pill treasure haul, we have always been at the bottom of the 4 immortal sects. Once, we were even surpassed by a second-rate sect and were mocked by others. Therefore, our hall master has not attended 3 conferences. This time, Elder Bai's appearance should be able to restore the prestige of our pill treasure haul. Dongfang Ming looked at Ziyue and said respectfully, Elder Dongfang, you're too kind. Ziyue waved his hand humbly. A smile appeared on his face. When he met Hall Master Danshun, he had mentioned Dongfang Ming. Therefore, he knew that Dongfang Ming must have a request. However, he did not say anything. Dongfang Ming wanted to say something, but stopped. He seemed to be a little hesitant. When the words were about to come out of his mouth, he suddenly changed his mind and said, I wonder when Elder Bai has decided to set off. I'll be leaving the sect soon. However, the Pill Treasure Hall will send people to the Cloud-Piercing Assembly, and the rules will be decided by the sect. Yes, I recommended you to the Hall Master. When the time comes, you'll lead the team to Cloud-Piercing City with the other seniors. As for me, I'll be there when the time comes. Ziyue looked at Dongfang Ming's expression and said casually with a smile on his face, going to Cloud-Piercing City with the sect would take at least 3 months of preparation. Such a long time was enough for his strength to increase tremendously. Naturally, he did not want to waste it. Therefore, he chose to leave early and go alone. After all, he had too many secrets. Sometimes, it was not suitable for him to travel with others. You're leaving so soon? Dongfang Ming was stunned. He could not help but feel anxious. Then, other than the Cloud-Piercing Assembly, did the Hall Master tell you anything else? I don't think so. Ziyue pretended to be puzzled and shook his head. He smiled and said, Elder Dongfang, can you give me a hint? Dongfang Ming's face was a mess. His old face blushed a little as he finally calmed down. He smiled bitterly and said, Elder Bai, you should know that I've been a 3rd-rank alchemist for over 70 years. I've been stuck here all this time. I knew that my talent in alchemy wasn't high, and being able to become an early 3rd-grade alchemist was already a great fortune, but ever since I saw Elder Bai's fiery spirit peak and saw the progress of countless disciples, coupled with the Temple Master's praise and admiration for the Kunlun Pill Manual created by Elder Bai, my mind became a little more active. When I inquired about it with the Hall Master also vaguely mentioned that this pill codex would definitely be of great help to us 3rd-grade alchemists. My Taoist heart is a little unstable. Thus, he requested for the Hall Master to step in. Haha, I've already seen through your intentions more than a month ago. I just wanted to see how long you could hold it in. Ziyue laughed. He flipped his hand and handed a jade scroll to Dongfang Ming. He said, This is the complete Kunlun Pill Manual. Keep it well. Thank you, Elder Bai. Dongfang Ming immediately became emotional and said gratefully. Bai Ziyue smiled faintly and accepted it calmly. Since he had decided to leave, Ziyue did not hesitate at all. After making arrangements for Fiery Spirit Peak's alchemy, he finally paid a visit to Temple Master Danshun. He rejected the latter's invitation to accompany him and went straight to the Internal Affairs Hall. By the time he left the Internal Affairs Hall, he had used up all his merit points. Not only did he have an additional array formation pass to enter the sect, but there was also a large pile of divine origin magnet stones and hundreds of spiritual items with innate 5-element chi in his storage bag. The Internal Affairs Hall is really rich with treasures. There are even Tianyuan treasure mirror, small transfer talisman, substitute talisman, and other life-saving items. It's a pity that the merit points required to exchange for them are too high. Once I choose these treasures, I won't have enough merit points to exchange for divine origin magnet stones. Ziyue sighed softly. The Qingshu sect's resources were many times more than the Chaoyang sect's. The richness of the treasures inside was really an eye-opener for him. However, although he had a lot of merit points, they were not enough for him to squander as he wished. Moreover, compared to these treasures, he valued the great divine origin magnet sunder, 5 Emperor divine royal robe, and 5 Emperor heaven sealing sword technique more. Once these 3 great divine powers were mastered, these treasures would not be of much use to him. Of course, it was not that he did not think of offering the 5 Emperor reincarnation technique, which he had obtained from the Inheritance Hall. After all, no matter what, this cultivation method belonged to the Qingshu sect. It would greatly enhance the strength and foundation of the Qingshu sect. Perhaps there would even be a primordial soul realm expert in the Qingshu sect. Moreover, he would also receive a large number of merit points as a reward. By then, what treasures could he not obtain? However, after thinking for a while, he gave up on this tempting idea. After all, his strength was still too low. Not only was it not a good thing to take out a cultivation method of this grade, it might even be a disaster. There would certainly be countless troubles and crises that would befall him. This was not what he wanted to see. I'd better wait until I'm strong enough and have no scruples before taking it out. Ziyue thought to himself. He did not have any greedy thoughts. The Qingshu sect had treated him well. Suddenly, he was slightly startled. A person stood in front of him, blocking his path. Yang Shiner greets Elder Bai. Yang Shiner bowed slightly and said, I'm still lacking a little bit. Am I going to fail again? A hint of anxiety appeared on enlightened being Sword Push's face. The special environment in the Creation Palace was of great help to his creation. Especially at the beginning, his thoughts surged like a fountain, as if he had the help of the gods. It made him extremely confident, and little by little, he perfected his own cultivation method. However, after some time, he suddenly fell into a daze. Then he panicked. He did not care about what others thought of him. After all, he had grown up after decades of seclusion. However, he was still unable to succeed, even though he had worked so hard for almost 100 years. He was also under great pressure. He was no longer young. Even among the younger cultivators, there were some who had caught up to him and reached the peak of the god stage. More than 10 years ago, a true disciple from the Tai Celestial sect, whom Duanling Tian had easily defeated, had visited him as a golden core true celestial. Although the true disciple had behaved appropriately, the contempt in his eyes had hurt Duanling Tian deeply. Perhaps I've overestimated myself a little. I should have followed Master's instructions and used the Qing Su scripture as the foundation to form my golden core. A hint of stubbornness could be seen in enlightened being Sword Push's eyes as he muttered to himself. However, I can't accept this. Will I only be able to form a mediocre golden core and stay at the golden core stage forever? After a while, he regained his composure. He was not the type to wallow in self-pity. Once he had made up his mind, he would not give up easily. For this reason, he began to look at the insides of the seniors in the Merit Creation Hall. He carefully looked at them one by one. Even though he had already seen many comprehensions before, and had even fused some of the inspirations into his own cultivation technique, he still did not give up. He wanted to be inspired by those comprehensions. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat, and his eyes widened. Isn't this the place where I was inspired last time? Why are there more additions? Wait, These deductions and insights of the cultivation method are amazing. I see. All I have to do is change the method slightly, and it'll cause such a huge change. It's really suitable for my cultivation method. Perfect? After deducing and applying it, it actually completed my cultivation method. As long as I integrate and apply it, the whole cultivation method will be completed. Enlightened being Sword Push looked at the line of words above, and his body trembled. He was extremely shocked. The seemingly scribbled words were like pearls in his eyes, and he was incomparably addicted. Unknowingly, he was once again immersed in creating his own cultivation method. Comparing and comparing, he smoothly created his own cultivation method. This cultivation method is too amazing. It's several times more exquisite than the Qing Su scripture, as if it contains the principles of heaven and earth. Enlightened being Sword Push was excited and happy as he carefully comprehended the cultivation method he had created. He was even more convinced that if he cultivated according to this cultivation method, he would be able to form a mediocre golden core when he broke through to the golden core stage. He would be able to form a mediocre golden core, or even a mediocre golden core. However, who left these annotations behind? Could it be Elder Bai? Thinking about how Elder Bai had entered the Hall of Creation twice, and how there had not been a second person who had entered the Hall of Creation. Furthermore, the other party had the embryonic form of his cultivation method, and the deduction of the cultivation method that he had left behind just happened to match the cultivation method that he had created. He was finally convinced. The one who left these notes was Ziyue. But how is it possible? Isn't he just at the divine realm early stage? How could he instruct me to create such an exquisite cultivation method? Enlightened being Sword Push's face was full of disbelief. It should be known that even his master, the master of the Qing Su sect, who was already at the late stage of the gold core stage, could not give him much guidance in creating cultivation methods. But in the face of the facts, he had to believe. While he was very grateful, he immediately had a feeling of reverence and worship for Ziyue. As if he had thought of something, he quickly rushed out of the creation hall and rushed straight to the pill treasure hall. But this time he was destined to fail. Chapter 494. Mount Yunluo is 800 miles away. I only passed by it in a hurry on the Blood Mountain warship. This time, I could take a good look at it. Ziyue sat on White Tiger's broad back, silently looking at the surrounding scenery. It had been more than half a day since he left the school. In fact, he had already reached the middle section of Mount Yunluo, which was relatively close to the periphery. Although the surrounding holy energy was far less than that of Mount Xingshu's spiritual vein, even the most ordinary mountain had holy energy comparable to that of a second-grade spiritual vein. Any piece of land could be used as a spiritual field if it was carefully taken care of. Spiritual rice and countless exotic flowers and grasses could be planted here, which made this place rich in produce. Occasionally, some rare treasures would appear, which would attract some experts of the Xioshin families to fight for them. This is a real immortal land, and also a big part of the Qingshu sect's heritage. Ziyue sighed with emotion. A human city was already in sight. Fengdang City. Looking at the name of the city, Ziyue did not want to stay here. He left the school mainly to earn more soul energy, in addition to thinking of a move after a long period of silence. Mount Yunluo was 800 miles long, and 49 human cities were all under the protection of the Qingshu sect. When the 49 cities were connected, they formed a heaven-sealing spirit locking formation and 49 great offensive sword formation. With the protection of these two grand arrays, not to mention the devil cultivators, even the deity realm cultivators would have to think carefully about whether they would trigger the grand array above their heads and be killed in the process. But this is the Wang family where Immortal Elixir Lord's disciple, Wang Jingshun, came from. Baizu muttered to himself as he recalled what Yang Shiner had said to him before he came out. Master has always been very narrow-minded. This time, he's likely to ask someone to attack Elder Bai. After following Master for nearly 20 years, I have vaguely sensed some of Master's secrets. This secret involves a great deal, so I cannot speak of it now. However, when the time comes, I ask Elderby to protect my Yang family. I am certain that my Yang family is absolutely not involved in this matter. Master took me as his disciple only because of my family's spiritual material channels. His true confidant has always been senior brother Wang Jingshun, and he relies more on the Wang family. So, most of his matters are related to the Wang family. Although they did not say it explicitly, they all implied that Immortal Elixir Lord was involved with devil practitioners, and the Wang family was the one who carried it out. Immortal Elixir Lord really doesn't give up, but I didn't expect him to be involved with devil practitioners. Ziyue frowned slightly. Of course, he knew that Immortal Elixir Lord wouldn't be willing to let him take the position of Hall Master and would hire someone to assassinate him. Previously, if the other party hadn't hidden quickly and hadn't returned to the sect by now, perhaps he would have dealt with this trouble in advance. Immortal Elixir Lord's name. Immortal Elixir Lords. Immortal Elixir Lord. After all, the other party's status wasn't low. He didn't lack spirit stones or resources. Before this, he was in existence second only to one person in the Treasure Pill Palace. Elio Immortal IME Immortal Elixir's Lord. But all of this wasn't certain. But if there really is a devil practitioner, then it's exactly what I want. Devil practitioners are rich to me. Not only do they have their own spiritual energy, but their treasures can also bring me a wave of spiritual energy. As for the Wang family, it's best to leave them to the enforcement hall. Ziyue looked indifferently at Feng Dangxing and patted Hu Dali's head. Hu Dali's speed soared again. At that moment, Bai Ziyue flipped his hand and a fist-sized, pitch-black aura appeared in his hand. It was emitting a strong fluctuation of aura. With a thought, a suction force was instantly generated from within his body. The intense yuan magnet undulations on the black stone seemed to transform into a ball of dim light that directly entered his body. Z. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Soon, the black ore in his hand dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, with a puff sound, it completely shattered and turned into powder. This divine origin magnet stone definitely contains a lot of primordial magnet power. An early divine realm cultivator would need at least 3 to 5 days to absorb all of the primordial magnet power. But with the help of the heaven-devouring ability of the heaven-devouring divine transformation art, I can naturally absorb the origin magnetic power much faster than before. The efficiency of the conversion is also higher. Ziyue muttered to himself. With a flip of his hand, another divine origin magnet stone appeared in his hand. For Ziyue, cultivation was something that was engraved in his bones. Even though he wasn't weak now, there was always a sense of urgency in his heart. It was as if he couldn't stop his footsteps. He was constantly chasing after stronger and vaster worlds. Of course, the most important thing was that he was already used to it. He even liked the cultivation method that seemed monotonous but could actually increase his strength. Therefore, even though he was in a hurry, the surrounding scenery was beautiful, and the sky was filled with the sunset glow. His mind still turned to cultivation at the first moment. Bai Ziyue continued in this manner until 3 essence-fused godstones had been reduced to dust. Only then did he stop. He began to refine all of the essence-fused godstones, turning them into nourishment for himself. Bit by bit, he followed the cultivation method of the great essence-fused magnetic slash to condense a god power seed. This step of cultivation was actually not that difficult. It was just that it required a lot of time and effort. However, with the help of the devouring heaven skill, he refined the primordial magnet power at an incomparably fast speed. He absorbed the primordial magnet power in the blink of an eye. Then, with the help of the great Tao heart lamp, he refined it and finally integrated it into the divine origin magnet seed in his body. This divine origin magnet seed was still in its embryonic form. As it floated, it was like a willow catkin that would fall apart at any time. But when he activated it, a faint light flashed, the air vibrated, and a trace of sharpness was revealed. After the great divine origin magnet cut came the 5 emperors' divine robe and the 5 emperors' heaven-sealing sword. For these 5 elements' great divine origin magnetism, Ziyue also borrowed external forces and took out spiritual objects that contained the connate 5 elements qi. Countless connate 5 elements qi poured into his body. After being refined by him, it began to help the cultivation of the 2 great divine origin magnetism skills. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. At this time, Ziyue had already walked out of the 800-mile area of Mount Yunluo, passing through the mountain range where they had encountered the demonic cultivators. He came to a plain with a huge sea of flowers. The effects of the primordial magnet consciousness and the spiritual objects that contain the connate 5 elements qi are not small. After a day of practice, my mastery of the great magnetic slash had improved to 27% of the uninitiated mastery. As for the 5 emperors' divine robe and the 5 emperors' heaven-sealing sword, one is at 24% of the uninitiated level and the other at 23% of the uninitiated level. Ziyue looked at the stats panel and immediately began to estimate the time needed to cultivate these 3 great divine origin magnetism skills. He was at a loss. Seeking technical support. This chapter says help. Chapter 495. Imperial Faith City, Wang Mansion. Under the moonlight, 2 similar-looking middle-aged cultivators sat opposite each other in a secret chamber. One of them was Wang Wenxian, the head of the Wang family, and the other was his younger brother, Wang Wenxuan. Both of them were in the divine realm. Wang Wenxian was in the late stage of the divine realm, and Wang Wenxuan was in the middle stage of the divine realm. Big brother, are you looking for me? Wang Wenxuan cupped his hands and said, Wenxuan, you must know what happened in the Treasure Pill Palace. Wang Wenxian said in a deep voice, Big brother, I'm sorry for what happened to Jingxin. Wang Wenxuan replied, What happened to Jingxin is just a small matter. What really concerns the prosperity of the Wang family is right in front of us. Wang Wenxian looked at Wang Wenxuan and continued, Everyone knows that the rise of the Wang family came from the previous head of the Treasure Pill Palace of the Qingxu sect. Therefore, after the death of the previous head, we took the opportunity to lean on the son of the head, Immortal Elixir Lord. Thanks to his protection, the Wang family was able to achieve what it is today. But now, Immortal Elixir Lord has lost his power, and the position of the next head has been taken away. We have to make a choice. Should we continue to lean on Immortal Elixir Lord or make another choice? Big brother, do we still have a choice? All these years, we've been involved in that matter. There's no turning back. Wang Wenxuan said with a wry smile. Yes, there's no turning back. Wang Wenxian sighed, but a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. He said, But if it wasn't for this, how could the Wang family develop so fast? So we can only go all the way and help Immortal Elixir Lord eliminate Ziyue. As long as Ziyue is dead, Immortal Elixir Lord can still be the next head of the Treasure Pill Palace. Then, the Wang family will have at least a few hundred years of stability and rapid growth. He seemed to be convincing himself, and his eyes became more determined. Occasionally, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Big brother, what should we do? Wang Wenxuan's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but ask. Cultivators of the immortal method were decisive in killing and could not afford the slightest hesitation. Since she had already made up her mind, Wang Wenxian did not hesitate and directly ordered, The Qingxu sect has spread the news that Ziyue has already left and will pass by our DXIN city in a few days. I've already notified the Clear Moon Workshop, but it will take time for them to report and send someone to take action. Therefore, I need you to secretly follow Ziyue when he passes by our DXIN city. If necessary, send him a message. You've always been good at concealing yourself. That Ziyue is just an early divine realm expert. He won't be able to find you. All right. Wang Wenxuan's face turned solemn as he nodded. That's right. Don't make a move unless it's a critical moment. After all, Ziyue's identity is not ordinary. When the time comes, there will definitely be experts from the sect who will investigate. If something goes wrong, it will be a disaster. Wang Wenxian cautiously reminded him again. Don't worry, my concealment technique has never been discovered by anyone. Wang Wenxuan smiled confidently and turned around to leave. In the field of flowers, a group of more than 20 people was frantically fleeing. These people all wore Taoist robes and held spiritual weapons in their hands. Their faces were full of panic. 3 of them wore dark yellow Taoist robes and stepped on flying swords. Their speed was not slow. Apparently, their strength had reached the peak of the aperture enlightening realm. However, among these people, there was one person who wore a purple-black Taoist robe. His aura was stronger than all of them. However, he seemed to be seriously injured, so his aura was hidden. His face was sallow, and his speed was only a little faster than the 3 people. This was actually an expert at the early divine realm. An immortal at the early divine realm, and more than 20 immortal masters at the aperture enlightening realm. If they were placed in a top immortal sect like the Qingshu sect, they would naturally be insignificant. However, if they were placed in a small sect or a cultivation family, they could definitely be regarded as powerful. However, at this time, they looked a little flustered and hurried, as if there was a fierce existence chasing after them. Whoosh! A sound of breaking the air came from afar. Then, several cultivators in black robes turned into lightning and chased after them rapidly. Be careful. They are coming. The speed of this group of people suddenly increased, as if they had regained their strength. Look, there are people ahead. We are saved. Voices of surprise came one after another. These people's spirits were lifted and their speed increased a little. Even the immortal at the divine realm, who seemed to be seriously injured, could not help but show a trace of excitement on his face. Fellow cultivator, help us. We are from the Clear Moon Square, a small immortal cultivation force nearby. Because we were escorting a batch of goods, we were intercepted by the Devil's Sect cultivators. Fellow Taoist, please save him. As he spoke, his speed increased even more. At this time, the 3 devil cultivators at the divine realm in black robes in the distance seemed to be anxious. They all stimulated their speed to the extreme. Almost in the blink of an eye, they caught up with the group of disciples at the aperture enlightening realm. You can't run away. Go to hell. The ruthless voices were frightening to hear. 5,000 meters for 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, they all rushed towards Ziyue. Devil cultivators? I hate devil cultivators the most in my life. Let me give you a hand. Ziyue shouted in a low voice. He immediately moved his body and jumped out of the tiger's back. Yes, they're devil cultivators. Thank you for your help. I'm very grateful. The more excited the cultivator was, the more obvious the red light on his face became. You are welcome. Ziyue smiled mysteriously. In an instant, a flying sword rushed out of his body. In a flash, like a streamer, it directly shot toward the cultivator. Fellow cultivator, what's wrong with you? The red light on the cultivator's face became more and more intense. Sensing the sharpness of the flying sword, he roared in shock and anger. Of course, I am killing demons, Ziyue said with a faint smile. Oh no, I have been discovered. His face suddenly changed. A violent force surged out crazily. The blood-red light almost wrapped his whole body and evolved into a sea of blood in an instant, wrapping him in it. However, it was useless. Bai Ziyue's natal flying sword was forged from many precious materials that he had collected and refined with the help of a golden core primordial fire. It was already extremely powerful. Now that he had refined it with his pure and vigorous divine sense, its power had once again increased. Now, even if the power of this northern underworld flying sword could not dominate among the magic treasures of the divine realm, it was absolutely among the top. The sea of blood was almost torn apart in an instant. Then, the flying sword flashed. Puff! His head was immediately pierced through. He was dead. Is the owner dead? So fast. He is so powerful. A group of cultivators at the aperture enlightening realm were stunned. Their master was also at the early stage of the divine realm. Moreover, what he practiced was a top-notch devil Tao cultivation method, the blood god technique. His innate strength was stronger than other cultivators at the same stage. Even if he faced a cultivator at the middle stage of the divine realm, he still had the power to fight. However, in front of Ziyue, he couldn't even take a blow and died in an instant. Quick, form the formation. Formation rise. But soon, some cultivators came to their senses and hurriedly shouted. So, more than 20 cultivators at the Aperture Enlightening Realm, as if they had practiced it thousands of times, immediately merged their auras and formed a huge battle formation in the blink of an eye. As soon as the battle formation was formed, immediately, clouds of pitch-black fog appeared in the void. The black fog condensed and transformed into a huge black tiger roaring at the sky. As soon as the black tiger appeared, its aura rose and directly broke the upper limit of their realm, reaching the divine realm. The early divine realm, the peak early divine realm, the middle divine realm. Roar. The black tiger roared and rushed out like flying sand and stones, biting at Ziyue. Roar. However, at this time, the white tiger was angry. When two tigers fought, one of them would be injured. As the king of tigers, he naturally didn't want to see other tiger monsters roaring in front of him. Not to mention, this black tiger was obviously just an evolution of the battle formation. Even if its aura was stronger than his and reached the middle divine realm, it was not exquisite enough, so he was not afraid. That trash. He can't even block one attack. Come on, we didn't count on him. The last three demonic cultivators at the divine realm also attacked at once with cold faces. A blood saber turned into a huge saber, as brilliant as the heavens, and madly slashed down. A white bone spear, like a sharp arrow, pierced through the void at an extremely fast speed. After a flash of light, it left a white mark in the void, which didn't disappear for a long time. A black banner attracted countless ghosts, making the whole sea of flowers look like hell. Waves of gloomy aura filled the air, and the flowers on the ground withered quickly. And these ghosts, led by the four prime souls, quickly swept towards Ziyue. One at the peak divine realm, and two at the late divine realm, not weak. But it's not enough, Ziyue whispered. He knew that the last time he showed his strength, it had attracted the attention of the demonic cultivators. Therefore, the demonic cultivators sent this time were all-powerful. However, it was meaningless to him. The flying sword pierced through the void, like a flash of light. The extremely small flying sword collided with the huge blood saber in an instant. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood saber broke into two pieces in an instant. Then the flying sword didn't reduce its strength, and it shot toward the demonic cultivator rapidly. At the same time, Ziyue pointed out one of his hands, and a ball of spiritual light, which was full of the power of death and destruction, rushed out quickly and fell directly on the white bone spear. Divine ability, divine light of annihilation. Sizzle. The sharp white bone spear slightly froze the moment the divine light fell on it, and then it collapsed and was completely annihilated in the blink of an eye. The divine light of annihilation rushed in the direction of the white bone spear. Then, Ziyue's mind moved, and the five-colored flame in the sky, as if it was going to wrap the entire void, evolved into a huge furnace. No matter what kind of demons and monsters there were, they were all burned down in an instant. Chapter 496. Bai Ziyue attacked continuously with unparalleled power, blocking all the attacks of the three demon Tao cultivators. His remaining power didn't diminish at all. Instead, it continued to press forward with irresistible force. The flying sword pierced through the air and transformed into the sword chi of the 23-story pagoda. It was so fast that it arrived in front of one of the demonic cultivators. How is this possible? My blood-drinking divine saber is made of star-purple sand and earth gold. It has devoured the blood essence of more than 10 divine realm cultivators and the flesh and blood of hundreds of Aperture Enlightening realm cultivators. Among the upper-grade magic treasures is the most powerful one. How can it not block his sword? The demonic cultivator's face turned pale, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. However, when the flying sword was about to reach him, he quickly took out a blood shield. However, the blood shield, which could block the full blow of an upper-grade magic treasure, was as fragile as a piece of paper at this moment. It was torn apart easily. The flying sword didn't diminish its power and touched his head. No, his voice was cut off as soon as it came out. Bai Ziwe's divine powers had been developed to the extreme when he was in the aperture awakening realm, reaching the perfect realm. Now he had broken through to the peak of the early stage of the divine realm. Although these divine powers didn't evolve further and reach the level of great divine powers, their power increased rapidly as his strength increased. A ray of annihilation divine light landed on the white bone spear and annihilated it into nothingness. Then it flashed again and covered the remaining late-stage divine realm cultivator like yellow sand. No matter how hard he tried, it was useless. His whole body, except for the storage bag, was annihilated. The information is wrong. He is not only at the early stage of the divine realm, 9 stars. He is a 9-star divine realm expert. The last cultivator at the peak of the divine realm turned pale, and his eyes were filled with horror and despair. If Ziyue had killed the owner of the Clear Moon Market with a single strike, it could be said that the owner was too weak. However, at this moment, when he saw that Ziyue had killed 2 experts of the late stage of the divine realm, one of whom was a 6-star divine realm expert of the demon doctrine, he was shocked. He was horrified to find that the other party's strength far exceeded his own. 9 stars. Only a 9-star deity realm expert could possess such peerless and terrifying power. As a 7-star deity realm cultivator, he was also incomparably weak in front of such an existence. Without the slightest hesitation, a blood-red light flashed on his body, and he immediately used the blood shadow escape technique. He turned into a blood-red light and fled towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. It's too late to escape now, Ziyue shouted and took a step forward. Divine ability, earth shrinking, shua. His figure instantly appeared a few thousand feet away. After taking one step, he took another step. In just 2 or 3 steps, he had already caught up with the demon cultivator at the peak of the divine realm. Then, he slapped his palm down from afar. Rumble, a gigantic palm, like a collapsing mountain, came crashing down in a mighty manner. No, spare my life. He was extremely frightened. He wanted to dodge and escape. However, he suddenly found that the surrounding void seemed to be frozen. When he used the blood shadow escape technique, his speed was even slower than when he was flying normally. He had no choice but to use various defensive means and defensive magic treasures in an attempt to stop the attack. Bang! As the palm print fell, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. All the attacks and defenses in front of the palm print were quickly shattered. The remaining power of the palm print did not diminish, and it slapped heavily on his body. Puff! He was directly smashed into a cloud of blood mist. So strong? Ziyue is actually so strong? A 9-star deity realm expert? How could it be? He is just an early-stage divine realm expert. Tens of thousands of feet away, Wang Wenxuan, who was hiding in the sea of flowers, trembled. He had planned to quickly retreat after seeing Ziyue being besieged by many demon cultivators. However, he did not expect to see such a shocking scene in front of him. Who on earth is he? Why did our Wang family provoke such a terrifying existence? Did our Wang family make the right choice this time? He was extremely frightened. For the first time, he felt that his elder brother's decision was wrong. It was a big mistake. But now, did they have any way to turn back? Let's go. We must leave as soon as possible. We must inform elder brother about this as soon as possible and let him make the decision. After all, Wang Wenxuan was also a middle-stage divine realm cultivator. In terms of combat strength, he might not be strong, but he was extremely decisive. He maintained the art of concealment and quickly retreated into the distance. As I said, it's too late to escape now. At this moment, Ziyue's indifferent voice sounded leisurely. Wang Wenxuan's body stiffened, and he was a little surprised. He quickly raised his head and immediately saw Ziyue walking slowly towards him like a floating immortal. However, although his steps were slow, his speed was amazingly fast. How could it be? How'd he find me? Startled, he didn't bother to hide and quickly retreated. However, his speed was far slower than that of the peak stage Divine Realm cultivator who used the Blood Shadow escape skill. How could he escape from Ziyue's tracking? In just a few steps, stepped beside him and slowly stretched out one hand. No, help! Wang Wenxuan let out a scream of horror. Ziyue's face darkened, and he said speechlessly, "Do you think you are a woman? Why are you screaming so miserably?" Immediately, a ball of spiritual light flew out from his outstretched hand. Divine Sense, minor spirit restriction skill. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual light fell on Wang Wenxuan's body. His body suddenly sank, and the spiritual power and divine thought in his body were suddenly scattered and completely sealed. With Ziyue's current control of this divine sense, even if an expert at the peak of the divine realm was hit, he would not be able to condense his divine thought again for at least 10 breaths, unless he had a special treasure to protect himself. Wang Wenxuan was only at the middle stage of the divine realm. Naturally, it was more difficult for him to resist. Then, Ziyue pinched his neck. While maintaining the divine sense, he also looked in the direction of White Tiger on the other side. Hu Dali's strength had already reached the first level of the early stage divine realm. In the face of the combination battle formation, Black Tiger, who was comparable to the second level of the middle stage divine realm, almost suffered a great loss at the beginning. However, with the combination of the battle formation, although their attack power was strong, their use of this level of power was relatively rough. Therefore, Hu Dali just wandered around carefully and provoked them from time to time. Finally, he managed to maintain an undefeated situation. Then, with the passage of time, the disadvantages of the insufficient spiritual power of the cultivators in the aperture opening realm in the battle formation were soon revealed. In addition, they gradually found the fact that 3 demonic cultivators above the late-stage divine realm had died one after another. Suddenly, panic spread. Run in different directions. Then, there was a sharp shout. The battle formation suddenly collapsed. More than 20 demonic cultivators in the aperture opening realm instantly turned into spiritual light and ran wildly in all directions. Roar! Hu Dali roared excitedly and quickly pounced on them. At the same time, the demonic arts rained down crazily. Immediately, cries of agony rang out one after another. After confirming that Hu Dali's strength was enough to kill all the demonic cultivators, Ziyue set his eyes on Wang Wenxuan again. "Tell me, who are you?" Ziyue said indifferently. "Senior, I'm just passing by. I have nothing to do with them." Wang Wenxuan said with a depressed face. "Passing by?" Ziyue chuckled and said, "You've been following me for a day, and you say you're just passing by?" Ignoring the flash of surprise in Wang Wenxuan's eyes, Ziyue continued, "If I'm not wrong, you should be from the Wang family. You came all the way from Imperial Faith City and happen to be related to Immortal Elixir Lord. You can only be from the Wang family. I didn't expect that you would come knocking on my door before I found you." "No, Wang Wenxuan was completely flustered, and his face turned pale. He thought that his concealment technique was exquisite and unparalleled. With the support of the God Realm talent, he thought that unless the opponent's strength was much higher than his, it would be impossible to find him. He didn't expect that he would be discovered by Ziyue right from the start. Ziyue sneered. No matter how strong the other party's concealment technique was, could it be stronger than his own concealment technique that had been improved to perfection? Not to mention, he also had the big hole observation technique. He could detect any movement within a radius of dozens of miles. If it wasn't to lure out this group of demonic cultivators, he wouldn't have kept him alive until now. "Elder Bai, I beg of you, treat me as a fart and let me go. We had no choice," Wang Wenxuan said in a panic. "You do know me. Looks like you're really from the Wang family." Ziyue's eyes flashed and said indifferently, "Also, don't insult my fart. Wang Wenxuan's body stiffened, and he was stunned. However, Ziyue didn't want to pay attention to him. He casually activated a talisman. In an instant, the void froze, and a shadow immediately appeared in front of them. Wang Wenxuan's pupils shrank, and he was extremely shocked. The sect master was actually Ren Feixian of the Qingshu sect. However, when he thought of Ziyue's identity as a fourth-grade alchemist, he couldn't help but understand. With his strength and identity, it was normal for him to have the sect master's identity talisman. However, it was also because of this that he felt even more regretful. Why did he provoke Elder Bai? Why didn't he just stay in Xian City? Wang Wenxuan was listless. After being sealed by Ziyue's minor spirit restriction technique, he couldn't even activate his spiritual will to commit suicide. He could only wait in despair and helplessness for the arrival of the final judgment. Moreover, he was extremely sure that the Wang family was finished. No one could save the Wang family. Not his big brother, not a mortal elixir lord. Oh, it's Elder Bai. What's the matter? Ren Feixian's candid and deep voice was immediately transmitted clearly through the spirit talisman. Chapter 497. Ever since Ren Feixian had guessed that Ziyue's real identity was unusual and that he was likely to be a true disciple of the Celestial Spirit sect in the Purple-Green Mountains, she had paid more attention to Ziyue. Therefore, her tone of speaking had become much friendlier and more polite. I encountered an assassination attempt as soon as I left the sect. If it weren't for my life-saving means, I would have been in danger this time. Ziyue's face was solemn, and there was a hint of relief in his tone. Wang Wenxuan, who was still somewhat disheartened, squinted his eyes, and the corners of his mouth trembled a few times. He could not help but think to himself, "Big brother, you are already a 9-star deity realm expert. How could you be in danger? Are you injured?" Ren Feixian was shocked and quickly asked, "Thank you for your concern, Sectmaster. Mount Ziyue is fine. This matter has already been resolved, and I don't want to disturb you, Sectmaster. However, it is obvious that someone has colluded with the demon cultivators this time. Considering the importance of this matter, I hurriedly reported it to you. In addition, I need to trouble you to ask the nearest law enforcement disciple to take care of this matter and deal with it." Ziyue quickly explained, although telling the sect master this matter would expose his strength to a certain extent. But he was not too worried. First of all, his strength had already been revealed when he was ambushed by the demon cultivators last time. Second of all, his current identity was unusual after all. He was a 4th-grade elixir master, whose status was comparable to that of a Golden Core realm expert. Even if the Qingshu sect really noticed something unusual about him, they would not deliberately interrogate him. Now, he was no longer the kind of small cultivator who could be bullied by others. He had a certain level of confidence. After a series of reports, Ziyue took out another immortal tying rope and tied Wang Wenxuan up to strengthen the restriction. At this time, White Tiger finished the battle. None of the 25 demon cultivators in the Enlightenment realm escaped. He took the opportunity to collect all the spoils of war. While waiting silently for the arrival of the sect master, he began to break the restriction of the storage bag one by one to check the harvest. Ziyue was familiar with this and did not let go of the storage bag hidden on Wang Wenxuan's body. With a move of his divine thought, the furnace of 10,000 flames was formed. One storage bag after another fell into the flames. All kinds of secret tricks, backfiring evil methods, and the qi, when touched by the flames, turned into clouds of black smoke, and black smoke were all burned into nothingness. Under his precise control of the power of the flame, the seemingly scorching 5-colored flame, which was comparable to the Jindan primordial fire, did not damage the storage bags in the slightest. Only the crisp sounds of the restrictions being broken could be heard as the storage bags were all opened by him. These demonic Tao cultivators are all filthy rich. The stronger they are, the more treasures they have in their storage pouches. Especially those 4 deity realm experts. Each of them could be said to be overflowing with wealth. A lot. And killing a lot. Sure enough, killing and pillaging was a golden belt. Even though he could earn quite a bit of money by staying in the sect and relying on alchemy, how could it compare to the joy of killing demonic cultivators? On the contrary, the people of the Wang family have fewer treasures. They must have put them in the family. He couldn't help but look at Wang Wenxuan. He didn't care and started to count the spiritual stones. In terms of spiritual stones, the 4 Divinity Realm demonic cultivators gave me 7 million low-grade spiritual stones. Together with the 20 or so Aperture Enlightening Realm cultivators, it's more than 10 million low-grade spiritual stones. These spirit stones are enough to fill the gap of the first transformation of my devouring divine transformation technique. I can break through from the peak of the early stage of the God Realm to the middle stage of the God Realm. Bai Ziyue hurriedly put away all the spirit stones into the storage bag that he usually used. Additionally, there are magic treasures. The cultivators from the Immortal Dao and Demonic Dao used a total of 16 magic treasures. Most of them are magic treasures of the Demonic Dao. There are as many as 11 magic treasures of various grades. There are 6 magic treasures that can be used by cultivators. They are 3 flying swords, a long saber, a long stick, and a shield. They should be their trophies. Although these magic treasures do not have much effect on increasing my strength, they are not cheap. They should be worth 2 or 3 million low-grade spirit stones. They can also be used as resources to improve the power of my North Sea flying sword. Bai Ziyue's gaze landed on the various magic treasures. He could not help but reveal a satisfied expression. His natal magic treasure was not weak, but he knew the speed of his strength improvement. Therefore, as early as when he had just begun to refine his natal magic treasure, he had thought of a method that relied on constantly absorbing the essence of various spiritual materials to quickly improve the magic treasure's grade. A pile of magical treasures that he had no use for, but were not weak, could naturally be used as one of the resources to upgrade his Northern Underworld flying sword. As for these spiritual pills, spiritual talismans, and natural treasures, they should be worth about 3 million low-grade spirit stones. As for the Jade Map, there are hundreds of them. It's a pity that most of them are not useful to me. They don't even have a divine sense. The only thing that can be called exquisite is the virtual spirit illusionary thought skill that the Wang family cultivator used. In terms of concealing one's aura, it is indeed exquisite. In particular, there is a hiding method that uses divine thought, which is better than my invisibility skill. The invisibility skill only works at the level of the Aperture Enlightening Realm. For the level of the Divine Realm, it is not enough. Although the Wang family cultivator has practiced it, he has only practiced it to the small success at most. Plus, he is overconfident, so I can easily detect it. Ziyue's divine sense swept through the Jade Map one by one, and a trace of regret flashed in his eyes. But it was normal. In the Qingshu sect, he came into contact with many cultivation methods, which were naturally not comparable to a group of rogue cultivators and devil cultivators outside. After all, the Qingshu sect was one of the top 4 sects in the cloud-piercing mountain range. There were few cultivation methods and divine sense inheritances that could compare with it. He really did not need to pay too much attention to the cultivation methods of the outside world, unless it was the cultivation methods and divine sense inheritances that surpassed the divine realm. Otherwise, it was not very useful to him. Of course, it was also good to use it as a foundation to increase his knowledge. Maybe at some time, he could use it. Therefore, he also put all of them into the storage bag. As for the last pile of special materials used by demonic Dao cultivators, they were all sinister and evil objects. Naturally, they followed the 11 demonic Dao magic treasures and were all lit up by the 10,000 flames furnace. 5 colored flames shot out and covered the area. Sizzle, a burst of violent burning sound came. Wrapped in the flame, accompanied by the horrible ghost cry and God's howl, Ziyue's spiritual energy began to grow rapidly. Spiritual energy plus 10,000, plus 10,000, plus 10000, 10,000. Soon, all the demonic Dao items were burned to ashes, and the number of his spiritual energy also increased by a lot. My spiritual energy has reached 13 million. Originally, I only had about 600,000 points of spiritual energy left. After killing so many demonic cultivators, I gained about 7 million points of spiritual energy. That means that I gained about 5 million points of spiritual energy for burning down all these demonic cultivators. That's right. This time, it's really a big harvest. It can be said to be a big harvest. Ziyue's eyes lit up. He felt that he had gained a lot. Once again, he was convinced that these devil cultivators were definitely his lucky stars. Not only were they rich in wealth, even the amount of spiritual energy obtained from killing them was almost double the effect. Sure enough, killing demons and eliminating devils is the duty of us cultivators. This kind of evil should not exist in this world. Let me kill all of them and return the world to a bright universe. Ziyue whispered, and finally felt the urgency of insufficient spiritual energy and suddenly dissipated. Chi! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Following that, a figure seemed to pass through the sky and appeared in front of Ziyue in a flash. Elderby, how is it? A voice entered Ziyue's ears the moment the figure landed. Sect Master, I didn't expect you to come personally. Ziyue was shocked and hurriedly stood up to greet him. He didn't expect Sect Master Flying Immortal to come personally. His opponent's speed also shocked him greatly. The place where he was now was not close to the sect. Even with White Tiger's speed, it took him a day and a night to reach there. But in less than 10 minutes, the sect master had already arrived. Was this the strength of a late core formation realm cultivator? Although it was definitely due to the great divine ability, so close, yet worlds apart, it also proved the strength of the sect master. Wang Wenxuan was even more shocked. For the sect master to come personally, it was obvious how much he valued Ziyue. It was laughable that they were still thinking of secretly assassinating Ziyue. Even if they succeeded, so what? With the sect master's current performance, no matter how secretive they couldn't escape the law. Elderby is the next hall master of the Pill Treasure Hall. His safety is related to the inheritance of the Pill Treasure Hall, so I naturally have to be careful. Now that I see Elderby safe and sound, I'm relieved. Ren Feixian said with a smile. As they were talking, a group of people rushed over. They were the patrolling disciples of the Qing Su sect and the members of the law enforcement hall. Greetings, sect master, Elderby. The leader was a female cultivator named Xue Fong. She was a steward of the law enforcement hall. Her face was cold and full of majesty. She was known as the Black Azura in the Qing Su sect. Wang Wenxuan was in despair, but the moment he saw the other party, he trembled slightly and fell down. He knew that if he didn't want to suffer more pain in the hands of Xue Fong, it was best to tell the truth. Otherwise, the pain he would suffer was not something an ordinary person could bear. Even if he was already a middle God Realm cultivator, it was still the same. The interrogation methods of cultivators were very clever. God questioning talisman, heart-piercing bone-eroding technique, soul guidance technique, plus the law enforcement hall's special methods. Almost no one could bear it. Wang Wenxuan was already scared out of his wits. He didn't dare to hide anything. Naturally, it didn't take long for the truth to be revealed. Chapter 498. Sect Master, Elderby. This person is Wang Wenxuan, the younger brother of the Wang family in Dixian City. This time, it was the Wang family who sent a message to the Clear Moon Market in Dixian City. This Clear Moon Market is actually a small stronghold set up by the True Devil sect in Dixian City. Through the Clear Moon Market, it attracted the Devil Dao experts. Blood Drinker, Hook Bone, and Daiyu, the three Devil Dao cultivators attacked Elderby. That's right, the whole thing was also related to Daoist Elixir Lord of the Pill Treasure Hall. According to Wang Wenxuan, Daoist Elixir Lord had connections with the demonic cultivators more than 30 years ago. He had been secretly giving spirit pills to the demonic cultivators through the Wang family. This time, it was also because he hated Elderby that he revealed his identity and lured the Devil Dao cultivators to attack Elderby. Fortunately, Elderby's strength is extraordinary and killed all the Devil Dao cultivators. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. Xue Fong stepped forward, bowed, and reported respectfully. Ren Feixian looked at Ziyue with some surprise. but she snorted coldly and ordered, "Investigate thoroughly. No matter who is involved, you must uproot these devil Tao forces and those traitors." "Yes," Shuefeng responded and retreated. I didn't expect Elder Bai to not only have exquisite alchemy skills, but also unexpectedly strong. Ren Feixian then looked at Ziyue with a slightly probing tone. "It's just that the cultivation method and divine ability just happens to restrain devil Tao cultivators." Ziyue's heart trembled. He knew that there would be such a question, so he couldn't help but reply cautiously. "Elder Bai's cultivation method, could it be the Holy Spirit scripture? In addition, I remember that there is a defensive technique among the techniques that Bai Ziyue cultivates. When it is executed, it can release a seven-colored light, as if an immortal has descended to the mortal world. Is it the seven-colored calamity overcoming spirit light?" Ren Feixian thought of the description of Ziyue's divine ability that she had obtained from Taoist Fu Shui and couldn't help but ask, "Holy Spirit scripture? What the hell?" Ziyue's heart tightened as his mind raced. He didn't know what kind of cultivation method the Holy Spirit scripture was. However, he naturally knew about the seven-color calamity averting spirit light. He had obtained this superpower from the Celestial Spirit sect disciple in the ancient Barren region. The Celestial Spirit sect was the top celestial cultivation sect in the Firmament territory, which was much better than the Qingshu sect. However, there should not be any strong relationship between the two sections. He had never heard of any relationship between the two sects in the Qingshu sect. After all, they were thousands of miles apart. Even if he really came from a sect that had a grudge against the Qingshu sect, he could still find an excuse. And from the sect master's current attitude, he seemed to be a little cautious. Scruples? Thinking of this, he calmed down and a faint smile appeared on his face. It seemed like he was admitting it, but it also seemed like he wasn't answering anything. "I knew that Elder Bai's pill forging skills are so profound, and you possess such great strength. You must have come from an extraordinary background." Indeed, Ren Feixian's tone immediately revealed a trace of amazement. As for Ziyue's creation, he thought it was normal. The more talented a person was, the more they would not be satisfied with the restrictions of a cultivation method. For example, his disciple, Immortal Pushing Sword, was also dissatisfied with the restrictions of the Qingshu scripture. That was why he chose to spend hundreds of years to settle down and strive to create his own cultivation method. Ziyue's talent was not inferior to his disciples, and even surpassed him in some aspects. It was normal for him to have such thoughts, especially when he happened to meet his disciple before he set off this time. He learned from his disciple that most of the credit for his disciple's cultivation method came from Ziyue's guidance. He was more convinced of his own judgment, because only a peerless genius from such a super sect could have such a profound foundation. Besides creating a cultivation method, he could also make up for his disciple's cultivation method. Ziyue looked at the sect master's expression thoughtfully. The sect master seemed to have misunderstood something. However, he naturally would not deliberately explain. He just smiled faintly and looked humble. After bidding farewell to the sect master, Ziyue was still thinking about the previous question. After a while, he suddenly realized, does the sect master regard me as a disciple of the Celestial Spirit sect? However, it's not a bad thing. The Celestial Spirit sect is one of the top super sects in the Firmament territory. At least in the cloud-piercing mountain range, it has a superior status. Although I don't need to do anything in this name, it does save me a lot of trouble. Ziyue muttered to himself, but he did not take it too seriously. Instead, he focused on the purpose of his trip. This time, he had a total of 2 goals. One of them was the Blood Mountain City. The Blood Mountain City was close to the innumerable huge mountains. It was rich in demonic beast resources. In addition, there were various rare treasures in the innumerable huge mountains. There were countless cultivation families and immortal method forces rooted in this area. It was indeed a good place to go. The second was the Cloud-Piercing City. The Cloud-Piercing City was named after the piercing cloud in the Cloud-Piercing mountain range. It was the largest immortal method city in the entire Cloud-Piercing mountain range. It happened to be in the middle of the 4 major immortal method sects. It was an independent place that did not belong to any of the four major sects. Chaos and order coexisted, and it was a buffer point for the four major immortal method sects. Because of this, any grand event would generally be held in the cloud-piercing city. It was also worth mentioning that in the entire cloud-piercing mountain range, the 9-star Tao Palace was only located in the cloud-piercing city. The 9-star Tao Palace is a super force that is not the slightest bit weaker than the Celestial Spirits sect. Any disciple of any sect or force can participate in the 9-star Tao Palace's assessment and obtain a star-level divine token. Once they participate and complete the mission, the rewards are usually very generous. Currently, the most important thing for me is to obtain soul energy and various cultivation resources, which are spirit stones. It is indeed much more convenient to go through the 9-star Tao Palace. Ziyue pondered for a moment and quickly made his choice. Although there were many demonic beasts in the innumerable huge mountains and abundant resources, he still had to go to the cloud-piercing city to participate in the cloud-piercing conference in half a year. It was naturally better to go a step earlier than later. Furthermore, he could use the 9-star Tao Palace to increase his strength, so why not? Thinking of this, he patted White Tiger's head and immediately rushed in the direction of the cloud-piercing city. While White Tiger was rushing, Ziyue did not stop cultivating his various divine powers. His hands did not stop moving as he took out divine elemental magnet stones one after another. With the help of the devouring power of the cultivation technique he created, he extracted the elemental magnet power from within. Then, he madly circulated the cultivation technique of the great elemental magnet / provided by the great god, refining it and fusing it into the divine power seed. Occasionally, he would pause for a moment and take out some natural treasures that contained innate 5 elemental chi. He would absorb the 5 elemental chi within them and start cultivating the 5 Emperor's divine royal robe and 5 Emperor's heaven sealing sword. Apart from that, he naturally did not forget to cultivate his own immortal techniques. More than a month ago, he was already at the peak of the early stage God realm and was in the middle of the first transformation of the heaven-devouring divine transformation technique. To complete the first transformation, I need to consume 30 million points of soul power. The amount of spiritual stones required is exactly 3,000 low-grade spiritual stones, which is equivalent to 1 point of soul power per low-grade spiritual stone. Previously, when I was in the first transformation, I had already accumulated energy equivalent to 20 million low-grade spiritual stones. Now, I only need 10 million low-grade spiritual stones to complete the accumulation and break through the bottleneck of the realm. Then, I will complete the first transformation and officially reach the middle stage of the God realm. Ziyue glanced at the attribute panel and quickly took out a lump of spiritual stones. This lump of spiritual stones was equivalent to 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Without any hesitation, he used his divine will like a hammer and gently crushed it. In an instant, endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth spread out. White Tiger, who was running wildly, immediately had a look of excitement in his eyes. He quickly slowed down and circulated his innate awakened demon clan cultivation technique in an attempt to absorb this massive amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. But at this moment, he was suddenly shocked. Then, he felt a force that seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and devour the earth and absorb everything suddenly appeared. Then, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which was extremely pure and vigorous in his eyes, was instantly drawn into the body of his master on his back by this devouring force. And the demon clan cultivation technique that he was circulating with all his strength could not absorb even a trace of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was as if at this moment he was in a spiritual chi vacuum. This, White Tiger's eyes widened, and he could not help but growl. Master's strength has become more powerful. Now, although his realm is the same as mine, if he wants to crush me, it will be as easy as crushing an ant. In his heart, he was immediately in awe. His footsteps immediately became lighter and steadier, for fear that the slightest bump would disturb his master's cultivation. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After 10 breaths, Ziyue had absorbed all the energy of 1,000,000 low-grade spiritual stones, and it was converted by the great Tao heart lamp into his incomparably pure divine sense power. Then, without stopping, he took out another 1,000,000 low-grade spiritual stones and crushed them with his divine sense. At the same time, while releasing endless spiritual chi of heaven and earth, his devouring divine transformation technique could not help but madly circulate. 1,000,000, 2,000,000, 3,000,000. Soon, when he had absorbed all the 10,000,000 low-grade spiritual stones, Ziyue's body shook, and a feeling of fullness and satisfaction immediately surfaced in his heart. He immediately had a realization in his heart. The energy required for the first transformation has been fully accumulated. Ziyue slowly opened his eyes and could not help but reveal an obvious look of joy on his face. However, he still suppressed the thought of directly completing the first transformation and taking advantage of the opportunity to break through the shackles of the realm. This was because he knew very well that a breakthrough in the realm was unusual and required a relatively quiet and safe environment. Not to mention that his cultivation technique was special. When he was in the divine transformation, he was often at his weakest. Naturally, he would not choose to take the risk. Chapter 499. The sun rose and the purple gas rose. The entire world seemed to have awakened. Under the reflection of the sparkling dew, it was full of vitality. A city that looked like a shocking giant beast slowly revealed itself under the illumination of the light. Chuanyan City, we've arrived. Ziyue sat cross-legged on the back of White Tiger Great Demon. He looked at the huge and magnificent city that connected the heavens and the earth in his line of sight and whispered. Along the way, there were no disturbances. Ordinary immortal technique thieves did not dare to have any ideas about him. Therefore, he only spent 7 days to arrive. The entire Chuanyan City was huge. The city covered an area of hundreds of miles, not to mention that there were many small cultivation bases or towns around Chuanyan City. Along the way, Ziyue found more than 10 cultivation bases. Most of them were guarded by experts. The weakest were at the middle or late stage of the aperture awakening realm. There was no lack of experts at the God realm. There are so many people. Looking at the countless people at the entrance of Chuanyan City, he exclaimed, there were too many people who wanted to enter Chuanyan City. There were people rushing in from all directions. There was a long queue at the city gate. Among them, there was no lack of subdued beasts carrying goods through the caravan. Each of the subdued beasts was tall and strong. Therefore, although White Tiger Great Demon was not small and its aura was astonishing, the surrounding people only looked at it in awe. They were not too surprised. Ziyue followed the flow of people. He did not want to be too high profile, so he directly put away White Tiger Great Demon. He looked around curiously and silently listened to the discussions of the people around him. We'll be safe after entering Chuanyan City. This Chuanyan City is really big. It is said that it is the largest city in our Chuanyan mountain range. It is also protected by a shocking array. No one dares to cause trouble here. That's right. There are still people from the city lord's mansion guarding Chuanyan City. Once someone makes a big fuss, they will be imprisoned. In serious cases, they will be killed on the spot. It is said that even the people from the 4 major immortal sects do not dare to go against Yufeng here. It can't be. The 4 major immortal sects have at least 5 perfected cultivators at the Golden Core level. How can Chuanyan City defeat them? In terms of strength, Chuanyan City is naturally inferior to the 4 major immortal sects. However, the city lord of Chuanyan City, perfected cultivator Qianquan, is also an overlord of the Golden Core realm. When the sect masters of the 4 major immortal sects meet, they will also address him as fellow cultivator and show some respect. Needless to say, there was also the 9-star Tao Palace within Piercing Cloud City. With the 9-star Tao Palace around, the 4 great immortal sects naturally wouldn't dare to be impudent. That's true. Voices rang out one after another. When the 9 stars of the Tao Palace was mentioned, there was a trace of respect in their hearts. Hearing this, Bai Ziwei gained a better understanding of the 9-star Tao Palace's might. Suddenly, a group of people began to fly. They directly passed through the crowd and entered Chuanyun's city from the sky. They don't need a lineup, and he didn't even pay the entrance fee. A young cultivator couldn't help but cry out in alarm. Be careful with your words. Next to him, a relative quickly pulled him back and explained in a low voice, "Didn't you see the god token they are wearing? They are all star-grade experts of the 9-star Tao Palace. Within Piercing Cloud City, only star-grade experts, the City Lord's army, and the true disciples of the 4 major immortal sects can fly freely in and out of Piercing Cloud City. Moreover, they don't need to pay the entrance fee. Even our Wu family's patriarch, an early divine realm expert, has to line up obediently like us to enter Piercing Cloud City. This is their privilege. Don't make a fuss about it. It would be great if I could also become a star-grade expert." The young cultivator couldn't help but yearn for it. Star-grade experts are at least mid-divine realm experts. Don't even think about it. Moreover, not to mention star-grade experts, you aren't even qualified to join the City Lord's army. This is because one of the requirements to join the City Lord's army is to be at least early awakening realm in the immortal cultivation realm. You also have to go through many tests. Usually, only 1 or 2 out of 10 awakening realm cultivators can pass. Moreover, the most important thing is that the quota is limited. The City Lord's army hasn't recruited anyone for more than 30 years. It is said that even if there's a vacancy, it has already been filled up internally. Even if you really have the immortal cultivation realm in the awakening realm, you can't enter. The man next to him couldn't help but mock him. Soon, it was Ziyue's turn. He paid 10 low-grade spirit stones and officially entered Piercing Cloud City. Inside Piercing Cloud City, walking on the spacious and flat street, looking at the surrounding buildings, an ancient and luxurious aura rushed to his face. The pedestrians were weaving together, which encouraged this kind of prosperity. Another thing worth mentioning was that the entire Piercing Cloud City seemed to be located on a land of spiritual veins. The surrounding spiritual qi was actually not weak. With the help of the spiritual qi gathering array, although it was not as good as the Qingsu sect, it was far better than Yinluo Mountain. It was also several times better than outside the city. It's no wonder so many people yearn to live in the city. That's because cultivating here is naturally twice as fast as cultivating outside the city. After many years, the effect is obvious. Ziwei thought silently, his eyes curiously looking around. The clothes, food, housing, transportation, all kinds of decorations, buildings, and strange objects in the shops were obviously different from those in Blood Peak City. It seemed to be more ancient. Suddenly, Ziyue's eyes lit up. 9 stars Tao Palace. In front of him, a building that looked like a huge palace appeared in front of him. It occupied a very large area. Above the building, a line of words with Tao connotation fell on a special plaque made of gold and jade. It was very conspicuous. I didn't expect the 9 stars Tao Palace to be located so close to the main street of the city. Ziwei muttered in his heart and couldn't help but walk over. Other than the Piercing Cloud assembly half a year later, he came to Piercing Cloud City this time to join the 9 stars Tao Palace to obtain star tokens, spiritual energy, and cultivation resources. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly approached. The 9 stars Tao Palace occupied a large area, but was very spacious inside. Although there was no lack of people, and most of the people who appeared here were God Realm experts, compared to the Tao Palace, it was indeed a little sparse. Ziyuei saw a relatively crowded place with people at a glance. It was the examination registration area. Fairy Fengming, when is the next official examination? A tall, middle-aged cultivator asked in a low voice. However, his voice seemed to be naturally loud. Even if he lowered his voice, it was still somewhat deep and resounding. Half a month later, if you want to save your life, register in hand over a high-grade spirit stone. Half a month later, you can come here early in the morning. Also, there will be no waiting for you if you are late. Fairy Fengming was the registrar of the 9 Stars Dao Palace, and she replied without raising her head. Okay, I will register. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly handed over a high-grade spirit stone and left his Dao name. After confirming that it was recorded, he strode away. Next, Fairy Fengming raised her head as she spoke. Suddenly, she was taken aback. You again? This seems to be your 3rd time registering, right? The cultivator being questioned was a short, old cultivator with a white beard. He chuckled and said, My luck is bad. I didn't pass the first 2 times, but I will definitely pass this time. This star token examination doesn't rely on luck, but true strength. If you didn't pass twice, you want to try a 3rd time? There are many cultivators who have died in the star token examination. A tall cultivator behind him couldn't help but sneer. The old cultivator didn't mind and said with a smile, I was able to stay alive in the first 2 examinations because of my ability. People like you who haven't participated even once are the most dangerous. Often, the ones who die the quickest are people like you. In the first 2 examinations, there were 2 hotheads who died in less than half an hour. The tall cultivator's heart couldn't help but sink, and he was somewhat angry. As the old cultivator with the white beard spoke, he happened to see Zhua walking over. His eyes lit up, but he quickly said, Little brother, you also want to participate in the examination? Your cultivation level is a bit low, but it's fine. I'm not too strong, so we can work together during the examination. Moreover, I participated in 2 examinations and have a lot of experience, so my chances of passing are much higher. How about it? I see that you're kindred spirits. I don't want to pay attention to this big guy. Although Fairy Fengming was from the 9-Star Dao Palace, she turned a blind eye to this situation and didn't care. The star token examination relied on the cultivator's individual abilities. Being able to work together to pass the examination was also a kind of ability, so she naturally wouldn't stop them. That's fine. Zhua pondered for a moment and agreed. He was unfamiliar with this place and didn't know anything about the examination, so he didn't need someone to explain it to him. Even though he could see that the old cultivator seemed to have some ulterior motives, he didn't care. With his strength, unless he met a Golden Core Realm true monarch, he didn't need to worry too much. It was impossible for a Golden Core Realm true monarch to appear in the star token examination. A piece of trash who can't pass the examination one after another, in an early-stage God Realm true monarch. With 2 pieces of trash together, it would be a big joke if you can pass the examination. When the tall cultivator saw this, he immediately sneered. Who are you calling trash? Zhua glanced at him and replied, Trash calling. The tall cultivator was startled, and his face immediately darkened. He growled, You're courting death. What? Big guy, you dare to fight here? The old cultivator glared and shouted, we have plenty of time in the future. Let's wait and see. The tall cultivator looked at Fairy Fengming and snorted. Soon, the old cultivator paid the spirit stones and signed up, followed by the tall cultivator. Zhua noticed that the old cultivator's Taoist name was Earth Spirit, Taoist Earth Spirit. As for the tall cultivator, his name was Feiyun, and he called himself Master Feiyun. Soon, it was Zhua's turn. Zhua handed over a high-grade spirit stone and directly wrote Baiming under his Taoist name. Taoist Baiming. It was the name of his life flying sword. Chapter 500. Spiritual Master, Earthly Spirit. Spiritual Master Baiming, right? Okay, I'll remember it. Flying Cloud Master had been waiting by the side. After seeing Zhua's name, he could not help but sneer and stride away. Zhua did not care and turned around to leave, but in an instant, his ears moved slightly and his footsteps paused slightly. Be careful of Spiritual Master, Earthly Spirit. A voice transmission fell into his ears. Spiritual Master, Earthly Spirit saw this and thought that Zhua was afraid. He smiled and said, Don't worry. An impulsive and irritable person like him, who makes enemies everywhere, probably has enemies all over the sky. Sooner or later, he won't be able to escape death. Moreover, the Star Order examination is full of danger. At that time, he probably can't even protect himself. How would he dare to attack us? Thank you, Zeus said. It seemed that he was talking to spiritual master, earthly spirit, but he was replying to Feng Ming Fairy. The voice transmission just now was from her. Even though he had long known that spiritual master, earthly spirit, was so enthusiastic that there must be a problem, it was really commendable that he could warn him. In fact, if you are really worried, I also have a way to make him unable to find you or confirm our true identity. Spiritual master, earthly spirit, waved his hand and said, "Don't be polite." "Oh," Zeus replied softly. "Do you know a material called the divine magnetic stone?" Spiritual master, earthly spirit, quickly asked. "Of course I do." Zeus nodded. Currently, he had only cultivated the great magnetic slash to 75%. The materials that he had exchanged from the sect had long been used up. He was just about to find a place to buy another batch of materials to cultivate. This divine origin magnet stone is actually an extremely precious material for refining artifacts. Any magic treasure refined with it has an extremely obvious effect of isolating the probing of divine sense. At the same time, it also has a certain amount of divine sense attack and defensibility. In other words, once you have a magic treasure refined with a divine magnetic stone, it is difficult for others to pry into your true aura. Unfortunately, there are no refiners in our cloud-piercing mountain range who have mastered the divine magnetic smelting method. Once the magnetic force in the divine magnetic stone is extracted, the remaining material is worse than scrap iron. Therefore, even in the piercing Cloud City, magnetic-type weapons were very rare. However, just because it was rare didn't mean that it didn't exist. I know a shop that bought a batch of magnetic magic treasures from the Gusha mountain range some time ago. It's just right for this moment. Furthermore, once fellow Taoist passes the test and participates in the missions of the 9-star Tao Palace, having a magic treasure like this will be of great use. Why don't I take you there? Enlightened Earth Spirit couldn't help but ask, "Are you talking about this kind?" Zeus flipped his hand as he spoke. An ancient mask with a blurry face and strong yuan magnetic ripples appeared in his hand. This mask was something he had obtained from killing a few demonic cultivators. Perhaps almost all demonic cultivators had such treasures on them, but he had more than one. However, because it was only a low-grade magic treasure, he didn't pay too much attention to it. At this moment, when he heard this, he felt that it was quite useful. I didn't expect fellow Taoist to already have one. It seems that this old man's worries were groundless. Enlightened Earth Spirit smiled awkwardly and asked, "By the way, may I know where fellow Taoist lives? I'll take advantage of this time to introduce you to some old friends." "There's no need for that. I also happen to have some matters to attend to. When I have time, it won't be too late to nag fellow Taoist." Zeus saw that Enlightened Earth Spirit didn't directly explain the matter of the Star Order test, and didn't want to be too entangled with him. He cupped his hands and strode away. Seeing this, Enlightened Earth Spirit's eyes flashed for a moment, but it quickly disappeared. He recovered his smiling appearance and nodded slightly to Fairy Feng Ming before swaying his body and walking away. This piercing Cloud City is indeed different from what I imagined. Although there are many experts, there are all kinds of schemes and schemes. If you're not careful, you might fall into a trap. Master Feiyun's aura was scattered. Obviously, he couldn't wait to participate in the Star Order test after breaking through to the God Realm. He couldn't control his power and was naturally impulsive and easily provoked trouble. Actually, I don't need to worry too much about this. When he restrains his aura, he will naturally calm down. Of course, even if he doesn't calm down, there's no need to worry. He can only blame it on his bad luck to provoke me. What I really need to guard against is an old schemer like Enlightened Earth Spirit who is smiling on the surface, but using all kinds of sinister methods behind his back. Master Feiyun originally only had conflicts with him, but after being slightly led by him, his hatred fell on me. Then, he will try to rope them in, and the ordinary early divine realm cultivators will naturally side with him because of their misgivings. Who knows what will happen when the real test begins? Ziyue thought carefully and felt a little tired. In his heart, he just wanted to participate in the test and conveniently earn soul energy and cultivation resources. However, this is the world of immortal cultivation. There's never any ethereal immortal cultivation or friendliness. For the path of Tao, for longevity, for freedom, there's a lot of killing, ruthlessness, and deep scheming. Sometimes it's even impossible to guard against. Although as long as I'm strong enough, I can defeat 10 people with one strength. Any trick in front of me, I can destroy it with one strength. I don't need to care about anything. However, passively being schemed against by others is always not cool enough. Ziyue thought in his heart and silently began to think about what methods he could use to guard against it in advance. Among the cultivators of the immortal Tao, there are some of the more powerful ones who can sense danger before it arrives. However, this kind of situation usually happens when danger is about to come or has already come. It's very difficult to really escape the disaster. Is it possible for me to deduce a precautionary divine ability to sense danger in advance based on the enlightenment time on the attribute panel? He began to think about the feasibility of this matter. Thinking about the accumulation of all kinds of immortal cultivation, the profound understanding of all kinds of immortal cultivation, his eyes gradually lit up. He felt that all of this was feasible. However, the prerequisite was that there was enough soul energy. Secretly keeping this thought in mind, Ziyue quickly came to a cultivation inn called Ascension Pavilion. This Ascension Pavilion was called an inn, but in fact, it was a business of cultivators' cultivation caves. Separated by a formation, there were a total of 4 levels of secret cultivation rooms: Heaven, Earth Profound, and Yellow. Among them, the Heaven Secret Cultivation Room was not only the most abundant in spirit chi, comparable to a high-grade 4th-rank spirit vein, but also had the best defensive measures. Even if there was a big commotion inside, as long as the defensive formation was not broken, no one could enter before the rental period was up. Bai Ziyue had chosen the Heaven-ranked Secret Cultivation Room. It was only a month's rental period, but cost 300,000 low-grade spirit stones, which was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade spirit stones per day. It cannot be said to be cheap. However, Ziyue planned to officially complete the first transformation of the Divine Change Realm. A place with abundant spirit chi and tight defenses was necessary, so he did not care. Rumble. As the formation closed, the formation rose. Thick spirit chi of heaven and earth instantly gushed out from the ground. Under the operation of the formation, the scattered spirit chi of heaven and earth also involuntarily surged toward the secret cultivation room where he was. Let's begin. Ziyue closed his eyes and moved his mind. The heaven-devouring divine change art was instantly activated. The massive amount of spirit chi accumulated in his body was instantly activated. ZZZ. They turned into surges of torrential currents that flowed around his body like mercury, pushing forward bit by bit. They kept on compressing and strengthening by Ziyue at the same time. This was especially true for his physical body, which was already extremely powerful to begin with. Under the effect of these surges of energy, it was rapidly growing stronger. The 1,296 acupoints in his body, under the impact of the spirit chi, rapidly rotated and expanded as if they were about to evolve into a new world. Even more and stronger power turned into a torrent that surged straight up into his head and into his mind. Poof poof. Oomph. Baizi let out a muffled groan as he suddenly felt his soul growing stronger. Not only did his body begin to grow larger, but even the degree of solidification began to increase. This feeling was very strange. It was a little painful, but also a little comfortable. Occasionally, it would even be a little itchy, but it made him more aware of this strengthening state. It seemed like a long time had passed, but also like it was just a moment. Poof! With a crisp sound like a drop of water falling into a lake, Ziyue slowly opened his eyes. I made a breakthrough. I didn't expect it to be so simple. Although there was a slight discomfort in the process of transformation, it was very strange. Now, I've finally officially stepped into the middle stage of the divine realm and become a middle stage divine realm cultivator. Zu's thoughts flashed. Suddenly, he realized that the speed of his thoughts was more than twice as fast as before. Then, he began to silently experience the brand new changes brought to him by this breakthrough. First of all, in terms of my physical body, the original defensive power of my physical body was enough to withstand the full strength attack of a middle stage divine realm cultivator. Now, after the breakthrough, the full strength attack of a middle stage divine realm cultivator should be able to do much damage to me. In other words, even if I can't be said to be invulnerable, I've actually started to become invulnerable. Perhaps after 1 or 2 more transformations, my physical body will automatically evolve into a divine treasure body, which will be invulnerable to all attacks and be able to regrow broken limbs. Zu gently clenched his fist. With a crisp sound, the air shook involuntarily. He silently shook a certain muscle on his body, and a force gushed out. In an instant, the large formation rose and emitted a crisp sound. Although it had blocked the attack, it had caused the large formation to be a little sluggish. Next is the power of divine sense. The leap from the early stage of the divine realm to the middle stage of the divine realm doesn't seem big, but my divine sense has more than doubled. The most obvious change is that with the same power of divine sense, the power of the divine sense and the power of the magic treasures I use have been greatly enhanced. Zu silently turned his divine sense, and a flying sword rushed out lightly. Chapter 501. It was just a flash, but it left a mark in the void for a long time. Moreover, it was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning. An ordinary divine realm cultivator could not even see the trajectory of the flying sword. Its speed and power are much stronger than before. If the previous attack of the flying sword was comparable to that of a 7-star divine realm expert, then with the help of the 7-star divine realm and the 23rd floor sword chi, it could reach the level of an 8-star divine realm expert. Then, at this time, the full strength attack of the flying sword should have been promoted to the level of a 9-star divine realm expert. If I continue to refine and upgrade the flying sword to the level of a middle-grade magic treasure, then the attack power of my flying sword will rise to another level and reach the level of a half-step gold core realm expert. Zu couldn't help but feel happy. When he was at the peak of the early stage of the divine realm, he only had the myriad flames furnace. Because of the integration of the fire of heaven and earth, its power was transformed and the divine ability seed was condensed, reaching the level of a half-step gold core realm expert. Now, with the promotion of his realm and the breakthrough of his strength, the power of many of his divine abilities also improved and reached the level of a half-step gold core realm expert. And the myriad flames furnace might even be comparable to a full strength attack of a gold core realm expert. Such an improvement made him more confident and confident. Furthermore, the greatest improvement I've received from this breakthrough is the strength of my soul. It is at least 2 times stronger than before. Zu's eyes lit up. Although the improvement of his soul strength did not help the power of his divine abilities and flying sword technique much. In fact, the most important change it brought was the acceleration of the operation of his divine thought, the accurate grasp of fleeting opportunities, and the enhancement of his understanding of everything in the world. Most importantly, the power of his innate divine ability absent-minded would also be greatly improved. In this way, even if my current strength is not comparable to a real expert at the early stage of the Gold Core realm, it should be close. Whether I can fight with such an expert or survive in the hands of such an existence, I will only know after a fight. Zu murmured in his heart. He did feel the increase of his strength from the improvement of his realm. But soon, he felt the lack of divine sense in his body. Hurriedly, he began to circulate the heaven-swallowing divine transformation art with all his might, madly devouring the surrounding world energy to make up for the consumption after the breakthrough. This went on for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days later. Zu finally filled up his divine sense and stabilized his strength in the middle stage of the divine realm. There was no risk of his strength falling. There should still be some time before the star token exam, so I'll take the opportunity to raise the grade of my flying sword. In addition, I can also take this opportunity to deduce a few relatively edible divine arts. After calculating the time, Ziyue waved his hand, causing a huge pile of materials to appear in front of him, along with more than 10 magical items of various ranks. Large amounts of treasures and spiritual materials were piled up in the secret chamber. For a time, the chamber lit up with a myriad of colors, and there were even beams of fluorescent light that scattered in all directions. Immediately following that, Ziyue's intrinsic flying sword, North Nether, shot out with a thought. Buzz! The flying sword hovered in the air and immediately began to tremble. Then, under his control, a strong suction force was generated from the flying sword. Immediately after that, all the essences, fortunes, and spiritual lights in the surrounding spiritual materials and magical items all seemed to flow into the flying sword. The flying sword hummed softly. With the influx of the essences of various materials, the power of the flying sword began to increase. It works as expected. The refining method I used was right. Ziyue was pleasantly surprised and continued to urge the flying sword to devour the energy with all his strength. Buzz! 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 After a series of buzzing sounds, a feeling of fullness was generated from the flying sword. Ziyue waved his hand slightly and called back the flying sword, making it hover in the air in front of him. After devouring a large amount of materials and magical item essences for one day and one night, the flying sword was finally promoted to the peak of the middle grade. In fact, the consumption of these magical items materials is enough to directly forge an upper-grade flying sword. Now, it can only be used as resources. Ziyue sighed, but as long as he could urge the flying sword to cut through the sky, he would feel satisfied in his heart. How could an ordinary Dharma treasure compare to his intrinsic flying sword? Whether it was the potential or the power when it was driven by him, it was far inferior. In his hand, it was only a peak of the middle-grade intrinsic flying sword, but its power was comparable to a supreme-grade flying sword, and it was more convenient to use. If it was used with the one sword breaking all laws and the 23-story building's sword Qi, its power could break through the limits of the God realm and step into the half-step Golden Core realm. However, the one sword breaking all laws and the 33-story building's sword Qi are different types of immortal sword techniques after all, so it seems a little cumbersome. Why don't I evolve it into a sword technique? Ziyue thought, and his gaze fell on the attribute panel. The number of more than 13 million points of spiritual energy made him confident. Without hesitation, he clicked on the enlightenment time. In an instant, his thoughts began to speed up rapidly, and all kinds of wonderful ideas quickly emerged in his mind. Moreover, what surprised and pleasantly surprised him was that because of the strengthening of his soul, the effect produced by his comprehension of the Tao had also increased. All kinds of flashes of inspiration appeared more frequently and faster than before. Without hesitation, he instantly put his thoughts into the immortal sword technique. Bit by bit, from the embryonic form to the complete form, suddenly, Ziyue's eyes lit up, and he revealed a smile. It's done. A new immortal sword technique. It has indeed formed a divine ability. This divine ability is still based on the one sword breaking all laws, and then the 23-story building's sword Qi, the morning sun sword technique, the thunder hibernation sword technique, and all kinds of flying sword techniques were integrated into it. Thus, only a single sword was formed. But this sword contains all laws and can evolve into infinite sword techniques. It is extremely fast and ruthless. It can break all laws and destroy all things. Combined with my intrinsic flying sword, its power is unparalleled. In this way, the new divine ability sword technique can be named One Sword Breaking All Laws. After stopping the enlightenment time, Ziyue nodded in satisfaction. He was happy, but not surprised. Another thing worth mentioning was that because this divine ability sword technique was created by himself, it had reached perfection in terms of realm and could be used to its greatest power directly. There was no need to consume spiritual energy to improve it at all. Therefore, he only needed to practice it a few times to familiarize himself with it and be able to use it freely. Then, he glanced at the attribute panel and thought to himself, I didn't consume much spiritual energy, only 5 million points. It seems that with my current foundation, creating a divine ability is indeed not difficult. Then, he once again thought of his previous idea of creating a precautionary divine ability to sense danger in advance. 8 million points of spiritual energy should be enough, right? Ziyue was also a very decisive person. He immediately started the enlightenment time again and began to create a divine ability. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, after an hour, Ziyue stopped the enlightenment time with a gloomy expression. This divine ability to sense danger involves the mysteries of heaven. As the saying goes, the mysteries of heaven are unpredictable. Even if I have a deep foundation, my understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth is not profound enough, and it is difficult to form it. It seems that this creation of a divine ability can only end in failure. Ziyue sighed helplessly. In the beginning, it was not that he had not made any progress, but the more he divined, the more difficult it was. He estimated that even if he used up all of his remaining 8 million points of spiritual energy, he would not be able to truly create this divine ability. It was not like a sword technique divine ability. Ziyue had a lot of experience, so it was naturally much easier. However, even though I did not succeed in creating the divine ability, it's not like I didn't gain anything. I've created a spell that draws on the advantages and avoids the disadvantages. Although this magic technique was only effective when used, and it could only predict nearby dangers, it could still be considered a practical magic technique. I'll call it the lesser evasion technique for now. Ziyue cast the lesser evasion technique. A misty green light flashed and disappeared in a flash. Then it completely dissipated. On the other hand, Ziyue did not sense anything in his heart. It was as if the spell was not successfully cast at all. In this regard, he felt that it was normal. With his current strength, he did not need to care about ordinary calculations at all. Moreover, he was still in the secret cultivation room in Chuanyan City, so naturally, no disaster would befall him. Of course, there would be no reaction when this technique was cast. Time flew by. Ziyue had been in seclusion, silently comprehending the changes of the realm breakthrough and the increase of his strength. He also familiarized himself with a newly created sword technique divine ability. Soon, it was the day of the Star Order assessment. On this day, Ziyue finally came out of seclusion and walked out of the formation. At this time, his aura was not obvious, and it was faintly discernible. It was actually no different from before he went into seclusion. When others scanned him with their divine thoughts, they would also think that he was just in the early stage of the divine realm. They would not discover the fact that he had broken through to the middle stage of the divine realm. This was something that made him a little interesting. Since he had taken precautions against the threat of Master Fiyun and Spiritual Master Earthly Spirit, he naturally wanted to see what they would do. Once he revealed his true strength, what if they did not make a move? So he directly combined the aura concealment technique, the invisibility technique, and the void spirit illusion technique he'd obtained from Wang Wenxuan to form a spirit concealing technique. Even though it wasn't able to form a divine ability as well, it was naturally not difficult for it to conceal his immortal technique realm and make it difficult for others to see through his true strength. Walking out of the secret cultivation room, Ziyue thought for a while. With a flip of his hand, he took out the magnetic-type magic treasure mask and put it on, then went straight to the 9 Stars Tao Palace. It was a pity that this magnetic mask could at most hide his aura, but it could not hide the fluctuations of his realm. Otherwise, he would not have deliberately created a technique. Soon, he saw a group of God Realm cultivators inside the 9-star Tao Palace. They were all standing together, waiting in silence. Master Fiyun and Spiritual Master Earthly Spirit were among them. Can I crowdfund the Silver Alliance? Those who are interested can join the group. Book Friends Group 1-819-38106 VIP Group 76806-4901. Disciples and above can enter with fans. 1 piece is not too little, 100 pieces is not too much. Recently, there's been a top-up activity, and my Tao heart is not stable. Chapter 502. Fellow Taoist Biming, I've been waiting for you. From afar, Taoist Earth Spirit called out to him with a smile on his face. Master Feiyun coldly glanced at Ziyue and Taoist Earth Spirit, but didn't say anything. I wonder what our Star Order examination is this time. Ziyue asked curiously. He wasn't surprised that the two recognized him. Among all the people present, he was the only one who revealed the early stage of the Divine Realm. The 9-star Tao Palace's Star Order examination is different every time. The first time I participated in the Star Order examination was to hunt a strange beast called the Windfire Heavenly Wu in the Sandstorm Sea. Each of them had the strength of a middle-stage Divine Realm cultivator and was very difficult to deal with. At that time, a total of 20 people participated in the examination, but only 7 succeeded. Of the 13 who failed, 9 fell. The second time, it was a small stronghold of the True Devil sect. 15 people participated, 8 fell, and 3 succeeded. However, generally speaking, the 9-star Tao Palace will not give us a task that is beyond our ability, so you can rest assured for the time being. Taoist Earth Spirit said in relief. Is that so? Ziyue nodded silently. He glanced at the scene and unexpectedly saw 2 Buddhist cultivators with scars. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. Even if those 2 aren't disciples of the Great Buddhist sect, they must be experts of the Buddhist sects in the Great Buddhist sect. As long as their luck isn't bad, they will definitely pass the examination. Taoist Earth Spirit couldn't help but send a sound transmission. What? Ziyue asked curiously. Generally speaking, the disciples of the sects are stronger than rogue cultivators like us. And the disciples of the 4 great immortal sects in the cloud-piercing mountain range are stronger than the disciples of the ordinary sections. Although I don't know if those 2 Buddhist cultivators are disciples of the Great Buddhist sect, almost all the Buddhist sects in the Great Buddhist sect are passed down from the Great Buddhist sect. Their cultivation methods and divine abilities are not weak. Even if their strength is slightly weaker than the disciples of the 4 great immortal sects, it's not much weaker. Once you become a middle-stage Divine Realm cultivator, you will almost certainly have the strength of a 2-star Divine Realm cultivator. Naturally, you have a great chance of passing. Taoist Earth Spirit explained. Ziyue suddenly understood, but didn't say anything. As time went by, more and more Divine Realm experts arrived one after another. When they saw Ziyue, they couldn't help but size him up. After all, it was rare for an early Divine Realm cultivator to participate in the Star Command assessment. Rumble. At this moment, a rumbling sound rang out, and a warship suddenly descended from the distance before hovering in the middle of the square. On the warship, a gray-robed cultivator with a magnetic mask on his face walked out. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, board the ship." "Yes, Senior." When the group of people saw this, their hearts trembled and they hurriedly spoke. Ziyue also curiously sized up that cultivator and discovered the reason why the others should not be negligent. The 7-star deity order. This was a 7-star deity realm expert. He also jumped onto the warship together with them. In addition to this gray-robed cultivator, there were 2 other late-stage Divine Realm cultivators on the warship. They both held the 5-star deity order. "Everyone, I am Pan Shan. You can call me Taoist Pan Shan. I am in charge of your Star Command assessment this time." With a light shout, the gray-robed cultivator looked at everyone and said, "There are a total of 17 people who signed up for the Star Command assessment this time. Only 15 are here. I don't care why the other 2 didn't come, and you don't need to care either. Since you are here, you must want to obtain a star command and enjoy the convenience and resources of my 9-star Dao Palace. However, I want to remind you that once you choose to participate, you will inevitably encounter danger. You will die. It is possible that half of you will die in this assessment, where you may encounter unknown dangers and be completely wiped out. In the immortal spell world, everything is unknown. Even if it's me, it's very likely that something bad will happen to me in the process of carrying out a mission. Therefore, if any of you don't want to die and are afraid, you can withdraw now. No one will laugh at you. After a slight pause, seeing that no one expressed their intention to withdraw, the gray-robed cultivator nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. Your courage is not bad. Just this point alone is far better than ordinary people. What you lack is an opportunity to prove your strength. Let's go. This time, our target is the celestial demon territory." With that, he urged the warship to move. Rumble. With a loud rumble, the warship hovered in the air and slowly flew out of Piercing Cloud City. After rushing out of Piercing Cloud City, the warship's speed suddenly increased, and then it quickly rushed in a direction. The details of the mission are actually very simple. In the Celestial Demon Territory, there is a herd of single-horned Kuei cows. You only need to kill that single-horned Kuei cow, obtain that horn, and hand it to us. Then, you will pass the mission assessment. Of course, the more you kill, the higher the rank of your star command. 5 horns will directly give you a 2-star command. 10 horns will give you a 3-star command. If you kill the single-horned Kuei Cow King, you will obtain a 4-star command. This is also an opportunity for those of you who are stronger. As for how many star command you can obtain, it will depend on you, Reverend Pan Shan said with a smile. It is worth mentioning that there are many treasures on the single-horned Kuei cows. Except for the horn, which is the proof of the mission, the rest will belong to you. As for how to deal with them, it will be up to you. By the way, you only have 3 days to hunt. After 3 days, regardless of whether you succeed or not, immediately give up. Otherwise, if you encounter any mishaps, don't blame us for not warning you. Moreover, at that time, we will automatically assume that you have died. We will not wait for you at all and will leave immediately. Therefore, it is best for you to complete the mission within 3 days. A 5-star Divine Realm expert beside him couldn't help but say. Everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. All right, if you have any questions, you can ask now. When the actual hunting begins, no one will explain it to you. Another 5-star Deity Realm expert wearing a silver magnetic mask said coldly. Soon, a burly cultivator cupped his hands and asked, "Senior, if we succeed on the first day and do not wish to stay any longer, can we return a hand in the mission?" "Yes. At that time, we will stay at the place where you disembarked from the warship for 3 days. You can return at any time. Regardless of whether you obtain the horn or not, as long as you board the warship, the mission will be considered completed. We will protect your safety for the time being." The silver-masked man smiled inexplicably and said, "Only when you board the warship can you be considered safe." So, Ze narrowed his eyes and glanced at the others without batting an eyelid. Clearly, in this assessment, other than hunting the single-horned Kuei cow and obtaining the horn, the other participants also needed to be vigilant and vigilant. Some people didn't even need to hunt the demonic beast themselves. As long as they ambushed and killed the person who obtained the single-horned Kuei cow, they could complete the mission as well. Isn't it forbidden to snatch during the assessment? Clearly, Ziyue wasn't the only one who thought of this question. Immediately, another cultivator asked, "In principle, we don't encourage killing. However, the star token assessment depends on one's ability. In fact, the most deaths and injuries are often not the assessment itself, but the people participating in the assessment killing each other." The silver-masked cultivator replied coldly. Hearing this, everyone's hearts tightened, and they couldn't help but look at the others with a trace of vigilance. "Fellow Taoist, Dark North, the 2 of us are the weakest among everyone, so we should join forces. When we reach the Heaven Demon Territory, we'll act together. If we work together, the chances of killing the single-horned Kuei cow should be higher. If you're worried, I have a grade 3 spirit talisman here, the Heart Demon Blood Oath Talisman. Once you make a blood oath, you can't go against it. Otherwise, you will be haunted by a heart demon, causing your blood chi to decline and your strength to decrease greatly. It will be difficult for you to advance again in your lifetime. In that case, fellow Taoist should be able to rest assured, right? Perfected Earth Spirit looked at Ziyue and couldn't help but send a voice transmission. With Senior Earth Spirit's help, Dark North's chances of passing will be higher. Naturally, there's no reason to disagree. Ziyue's eyes flashed, and he also sent a voice transmission. Okay, let's sign a blood oath. During the mission, we can't attack each other. We should help each other pass the star token assessment. After the assessment, the Heart Demon Blood Oath Talisman can be removed. Perfected Earth Spirit's heart trembled. No hurry, let's talk about it after we get off the warship. There are too many people here, so it's naturally not convenient for the news of our alliance to be leaked to others. Ziyue hurriedly sent a voice transmission. Hearing this, Perfected Earth Spirit nodded and sent a voice transmission with a smile. Fellow Taoist, you're right. Then, Ziyue didn't send a voice transmission to him. Instead, he sat cross-legged in a corner of the warship as if nothing had happened and seemed to be closing his eyes. He naturally wouldn't be so careless as to directly sign a Heart Demon Blood Oath Talisman with Perfected Earth Spirit. Although he wanted to know what the other party was planning, he wouldn't really let himself be in such a passive state. Therefore, he seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but in fact he immediately focused on the attribute panel. He directly tapped on the enlightenment time and began to deduce a spell to break the oath-type talisman. This wasn't necessarily to target Perfected Earth Spirit. It was because he knew that once he participated in the 9-star Tao Palace's missions in the future, he would inevitably have to join forces with other cultivators. This was also a precaution. In the immortal spell world, there was more than one cultivator who could break the Blood Oath Talisman. It was hard to guarantee that he would encounter some people with ulterior motives. He naturally had to be on guard. The enlightenment time opened. The outside world was silent, but his thoughts were spinning rapidly, and all kinds of strange ideas immediately appeared. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Half an hour later, Ziyue opened his eyes. Chapter 503. It's done. The Blood Oath Talisman, or Magic Art, is actually an evolution of a killing curse. It's similar to the killing curses, spirit-shattering art, body-perishing art, and God-exterminating art that I cultivated. Naturally, it'll be easier to deduce it in reverse. Although this method isn't a divine ability, it can easily detoxify a killing curse sealed in a talisman. If it's useful in the future, I'll spend some time to deduce and upgrade it to a divine ability. In that case, I'll name this magic art the Myriad Spirit Disintegration Immortal Art. Ziyue thought to himself. Soon, he saw that a new spell had appeared on his attribute panel. It was the Myriad Spirit Disintegration Immortal Art. Everyone around him, including the late-stage God Realm Spiritual Master Panshan and the others, didn't know that Ziyue had silently created a powerful magic art that could detoxify oaths in just half an hour. After a day and a night, they finally arrived at their destination, the Heavenly Demon Territory. Rumble. The warship stopped abruptly and slowly descended. This is only the periphery of the Heavenly Demon Territory. About 100 miles from here is the poisonous Miasma Beach. The single-horned Kuei cow lives in the poisonous Miasma Beach. Spiritual Master Panshan stood on the warship and said, although the number of demonic beasts in the Heavenly Demon Territory can't be compared to the 100,000 Great Mountains, it's still a place where demonic beasts gather. Other than the single-horned Kuei cow, other demonic beasts will also appear. All you have to be careful. A massacre can happen at any time. We'll wait for you here. If anyone obtains the horn of the single-horned Kuei cow, you can return to the warship. Everyone was silent, and their faces were solemn. The single-horned Kuei cow, the other participants, and now there were other demonic beasts. The difficulty of the test made them feel pressured. Let's go. With a call, A total of 15 participants got off the warship. Some of them were bold and daring. They didn't hesitate and immediately rushed into the depths of the heavenly demon territory. The others also moved in twos and threes and used their aura concealment techniques. Even the worst of them stuck invisibility talismans on their bodies. Then, they set off and disappeared into the forest in the blink of an eye. At this time, Master Feiyun glanced at Ziyue and Reverend Earth Spirit and said with a mocking smile, "Wait until I kill a one-horned Kuei ox, then I'll deal with you too." As he spoke, he didn't stay. He followed a similarly burly cultivator and quickly charged into the depths of the heavenly demon territory. Let's sign the Heart Demon Blood Oath Talisman first. Reverend Earth and Spirit's face was a little ugly, but he didn't forget about their agreement. All right, Ziyue nodded. Then, Taoist Earth Spirit tore open a blood-red talisman. In the blink of an eye, a beam of blood light split into two and quickly entered their bodies. Myriad Spirit Disintegration. The moment the beam of blood light entered Ziyue's body, he was already prepared. With a thought, a special spiritual light silently enveloped the beam of blood light and instantly refined it into ashes. Ziyue's expression didn't change. Knowing that the myriad spirit disintegration had taken effect, he looked at Reverend Earthen Spirit. At this time, Reverend Earthen Spirit also smiled and seemed to be more affectionate. He said, "Let's go." Then, the two of them used their aura concealment techniques and rushed into the depths of the heavenly demon territory. After passing through the outer forest for dozens of kilometers, the trees soon became sparse. Miasma began to emerge, and all kinds of poisonous insects emerged. The sky was dim, and the earth was dark. It was like the land of the underworld. Occasionally, there would be black shrubs growing out, but there wasn't even a single green leaf. They were either pitch black or bare. But at the same time, one could feel the vitality within. As the two of them walked, even the power of their divine sense was suppressed. Their divine sense, which was originally able to see within dozens of kilometers, had shrunk by 10 times. At most, they could see within 500 to 600 meters. Occasionally, he could detect a poisonous monster hiding in the dark. Ziyue and Reverend Earth and Spirit were experts above the God realm, so they didn't care about these poisonous creatures. Occasionally, a few impatient monsters would rush forward, but they were easily killed by the two of them. This is the poisonous miasma beach of the heavenly demon territory. The single-horned Kuei lives in the depths of the poisonous miasma beach. However, don't be fooled by the poisonous creatures here. It's actually a treasure land. Although I haven't been here before, I've heard that people have found poison burial flower, saint spirit grass, and other fourth-grade spiritual materials here. Of course, there's also a lot of danger. It's said that there's a golden core realm, true monarch, guarding the depths of the heavenly demon territory. In the poisonous miasma beach, there's also a poisonous flood dragon with over 1,000 years of cultivation and not far from the core formation realm. So we must be careful. Reverend Earth and Spirit said cautiously. Ziyue nodded. No matter how confident he was, he wouldn't provoke an existence above the golden core realm. As for the poisonous flood dragon, since it was about to form its core, and considering that flood dragons were born with powerful bloodlines, its strength must be at the 9-star deity realm, or even half a step into the golden core realm. Of course, he wouldn't choose to complicate matters when facing such an existence. The purpose of his trip was very simple. He just wanted to pass the test and obtain soul energy. Of course, unlike Reverend Earth and Spirit, who only targeted the ordinary single-horned Kuei cows, his target had always been the single-horned Kuei cow king. Since there was a chance to directly obtain the 4-star deity token, he naturally wouldn't give it up. Fortunately, our target is only the single-horned Kuei cows. However, we can't be careless. The single-horned Kuei cows are a special kind of lightning attribute monster. They were born with a single horn and a single leg. Although they only have one leg, their speed is definitely not slow. Moreover, they're all natural lightning attribute monsters, and their attack power is very strong. Even early-stage, single-horned Kuei cow can probably burst out a full-strength attack comparable to a middle-stage deity realm cultivator. Fortunately, although they are gregarious creatures, they usually come out alone to look for food. If we observe carefully and wait, we should be able to encounter them alone. By the way, Taoist Dark North, how is your defense against lightning? When we attack later, I'll use the body-securing talisman first to freeze it. As long as you can block 2 attacks from a single-horned Kuei cow, I'm confident that I can kill it. Reverend Earthen Spirit's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice. I'll try. Bai Ziyue glanced at him and nodded in agreement. For the sake of his explanation, he didn't mind using him to block the single-horned Kuei cow's attack. Moo! At this moment, a loud bull's roar suddenly came. It's the single-horned Kuei cow's roar. Reverend Earthen Spirit let out a low roar and hurriedly rushed toward the source of the sound. Ziyue followed closely behind and executed the art of observing. Even though the sky was filled with poisonous miasma, the range of the art of observing greatly surpassed the range of his divine sense. As such, he soon saw the single-horned Kuei cow's figure. The single-horned Kuei cow had a single golden horn, but its entire body was pale white. Its appearance resembled a cow, but it only had a single leg. At this moment, 2 Buddhist cultivators wearing monk robes and scars on their heads made their moves. A round mirror covered the single-horned Kuei cow's head and froze it in place. The other cultivator uttered sacred chants, which turned into golden talismans and landed on the single-horned Kuei cow's head. The single-horned Kuei bull, that was originally extremely violent and releasing lightning in all directions, actually slowly calmed down as the golden talisman descended and corroded it. After that, it didn't even have the strength to retaliate before it was fiercely smashed to death by a Buddhist monk's bowl that was tossed out by a Buddhist monk. It's the 2 Buddhist cultivators, they're very strong. Reverend Earthen Spirit finally noticed the 2 Buddhist cultivators when he came closer. His expression changed as he transmitted his voice. They're not weak. Ziyue nodded. Especially the method to convert this single-horned Kuei cow. It should be a Buddhist mantra-type divine ability. It was indeed unique. I advise you to retreat. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. After killing the single-horned Kuei cow, one of the Buddhist cultivators' eyes flashed with a trace of golden light. He looked around and sneered. Let's go. We can't afford to offend them. Reverend Earthen Spirit let out a low roar and quickly retreated into the distance. Seeing this, Ziyue didn't say anything and also drifted away. Half an hour later, there's a single-horned Kuei cow in front of us. We must act according to the plan and block its attack. Otherwise, we'll be in danger. Reverend Earthen Spirit pointed at the single-horned Kuei cow in front of them and said quickly. Ziyue naturally saw the single-horned Kuei cow first. It happened to be at the early stage of the God realm. However, he also noticed that there were 2 other one-horned Kuei cows wandering around 2,000 meters away from this one-horned Kuei cow. Shockingly, one of them had attained the intermediate stage of the God realm. Once a commotion was caused here, they would definitely charge over at the first possible moment. Don't worry. However, Bai Ziyue didn't care. He only said a few words and then took out his spirit vine armor, a middle-grade magic treasure. Good. I didn't expect you to have a middle-grade defensive spiritual treasure. Our safety has increased greatly. Reverend Earthen Spirit's eyes lit up. He moved his divine thought and immediately threw out a bronze ring. Whoosh! The bronze ring expanded with the wind and landed on the single-horned Kuei cow's head in the blink of an eye. Hum! It covered its head. Sizzle! The copper hoop quickly tightened, trapping the single-horned Kuei bull within. Moo! The single-horned Kuei cow immediately let out a panicked roar. Its strength was turbulent, and there was a terrifying power of lightning on its body. It landed on the bronze ring and caused it to sizzle. However, although the bronze ring was faintly unstable, it still played its role. In a short time, it couldn't break free at all. In a rage, it immediately locked its gaze in the direction of Ziyue and the others. Almost instantly, a light purple lightning filled with destructive power shot out from its horn. Whoosh! Chapter 504. The void trembled, and even the poisonous miasma in the surroundings was dispersed. Then, the lightning struck. Rumble. Block it. Taoist Earth Spirit roared and retreated. At the same time, he summoned a light purple flying sword and stabbed it at the one-horned wild bull. Ziyue's face was calm as he controlled the spirit vine armor to fly out quickly. The spirit vine armor expanded with the wind and blocked in front of him like a huge green wall. Boom! When the lightning struck, the spirit vine armor trembled. However, the spirit vine armor was very tough. Even if the spiritual light trembled, it did not collapse. Blocked it? Good. Reverend Earth Spirit was overjoyed, and the flying sword rushed out at an even faster speed. Moo! The one-horned Kuei bull roared, and the aura on its body became even more violent. The moment a layer of light purple lightning appeared on its horn, its one leg also rushed out. Like lightning, it quickly rushed towards Ziyue. Whoosh! The power of the lightning also exploded at the first moment, turning into a flash of light and fiercely landing on the spirit vine armor. Rumble! The spiritual light on the spirit vine armor, which was already shaking, became even more unstable, as if it was going to be split open in an instant. However, even if the spiritual light on the spirit vine armor dimmed to the extreme, it still firmly blocked in front of Ziyue, not letting the lightning attack leak out at all. At this moment, Reverend Earth Spirit's flying sword flashed and fiercely pierced the one-horned Kuei bull's head. It only paused for a moment before it submerged into its head. Moo! The one-horned Kuei bull wailed and instantly died. No matter how weak Reverend Earth Spirit's attack was, he was still a middle-stage Divine Realm cultivator. Naturally, he was not someone an early-stage Divine Realm cultivator could block. After killing the one-horned Kuei bull with one sword, Reverend Earth Spirit did not stop. His figure flashed, and he immediately passed by Ziyue and rushed to the side of the one-horned Kuei bull's corpse. He stretched out his hand and put it into his storage bag. Moo! Moo! The moment Ziyue and the others attacked the lone one-horned Kuei ox, the two one-horned Kuei oxen 2 kilometers away were instantly alerted. They stomped their feet and instantly charged in the direction of the sound. Attack! However, at the same time, 2 figures that had been hiding in the dark rushed out. A net-shaped magic treasure flashed and covered the weak early Divine Realm single-horned Kuei ox. Soon after, another cultivator's flying sword also drilled into the ground like a bright moon. Puff! It killed the one-horned Kuei ox that was trapped. The 2 of them quickly landed on the battlefield and put the corpse of the one-horned Kuei ox into their storage pouches. They looked in the direction of the middle Divine Realm one-horned Kuei ox and chased after it without hesitation. Moo! Just as Taoist Earth Spirit put the one-horned Kuei cow's corpse into his storage bag, an even more majestic one-horned Kuei cow with an even more terrifying aura charged out. As it roared, a thick bolt of lightning shot out from its horn. *T. Taoist Earth Spirit's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he used a divine ability. This divine ability was a rare escape divine ability, the Earth Spirit Mountain Piercing Technique, which he obtained by chance in his early days. That was why he used the 2 words Earth Spirit as his Taoist name. Using the Earth Spirit Mountain Piercing Technique, his body was like a dragon entering a great river, instantly sinking into the ground and disappearing. At this moment, with a crackling sound, an extremely thick bolt of lightning struck the place where he was just standing. The ground was lifted up and scorched black, but it had mist. No wonder Taoist Earth Spirit could escape from the previous 2 tests. This escape divine ability is indeed extraordinary. Bai Ziyue raised his eyes slightly and could not help but understand. In the next moment, Ziyue felt a spiritual light flash beside him, and Taoist Earth Spirit's figure appeared. He looked at Ziyue and chuckled. Daoist Ziyue, I'll leave that single-horned kuei to you. As soon as he said that, he threw out a spiritual talisman that charged directly at Zhu. Immobilization Talisman. The moment he threw out the talisman, he once again used his escape technique, the Earth Spirit Mountain Piercing Technique. His figure instantly burrowed into the ground. I knew you had ulterior motives. If you don't make a move, I won't be in the mood to play with you. Bai Ziyue sneered, and with a thought, a ray of light shot out and landed on Daoist Earth Spirit, who was about to rush into the ground. Divine Ability, Minor Spirit Restriction. Chi. Suddenly, the spiritual light in Reverend Earthly Spirit's body, who was about to enter the ground, suddenly dissipated. Not only was his spiritual fluctuation completely sealed, even the body-securing talisman that had been torn open and was about to take effect was instantly extinguished under the effect of the minor spirit restriction technique. What? Daoist Earth Spirit's face changed. His spiritual energy was sealed, and his spiritual consciousness was sealed. At this time, he could be said to be powerless to resist. His heart was filled with horror and fear. He didn't expect Ziyue to be so strong. After imprisoning Daoist Earth Spirit, Ziyue didn't pay attention to him immediately. Instead, his gaze fell on the single-horned kuei that was still furious at this time. Naturally, he also saw the two cultivators who were chasing after it. Coincidentally, one of these two people was the Flying Cloud Master, who had a slight conflict with him in the past. Flying Cloud Master naturally saw them, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. However, Ziyue didn't care. The moment he noticed that the single-horned kuei was about to burst out a second lightning attack, with a thought, the Dark North Flying Sword rushed out of his body. In a flash, it had already entered the single-horned kuei's head and directly killed it. Spiritual energy plus 6265522. How is this possible? Flying Cloud Master was horrified and his face was full of disbelief. The single-horned kuei at the middle stage of the Divine Realm had a combat strength comparable to that of a late-stage Divine Realm cultivator. However, he, who had just entered the middle stage of the Divine Realm, was naturally far from being a match for it. This time, if it weren't for his senior brother, Daoist Chu Lu, he wouldn't have dared to chase after it. As a result, the single-horned kuei at the middle stage of the Divine Realm, who was invincible in his eyes, had no power to fight back in front of Ziyue. It was killed with just one sword strike. Thinking of his previous provocation, his face suddenly turned pale. Your strength. Daoist Earth Spirit was shocked. Reverend Earth Spirit was surprised. He seemed to have thought of something, and his heart suddenly relaxed. He said, that's great. This way, we can all pass the star token test and become official one-star Divine Realm cultivators. I can, but you can't. Ziyue shook his head and slightly raised one hand. Buzz! The void trembled and a huge palm print instantly condensed in the sky. Wait, aren't you afraid of the Heart Demon Blood, Oath Talisman's backlash? Daoist Earth Spirit was frightened and hurriedly shouted. That thing doesn't work on me. Bai Ziyue only uttered a single word before his palm struck down. Puff! Daoist Earth Spirit's divine sense and spiritual energy were imprisoned, so he couldn't resist at all. At this time, the immortal martial palm blasted down on his body. Although his body was strengthened by divine sense, and his physical strength wasn't weak, it instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated. What should we do? Flying Cloud Master swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but his throat was incomparably dry and his heart was incomparably cold. Even if there were two of them, he didn't have the slightest confidence to face Ziyue. Run! Daoist Chu Lu quickly transmitted his voice and moved. However, just as he took a step forward, he saw a flying sword hovering above his head, instantly stopping him. Flying Cloud Master also wanted to escape, but when he saw Ziyue, who had appeared in front of him without him knowing, he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Hey, Spiritual Master Biming, we have offended you before. Please forgive us and let us go. Flying Cloud Master looked as if he had lost his parents and said in horror, Let you go? Ziyue glanced at him indifferently and said, "Didn't you say that you would take care of me? Why are you backing down so quickly?" "I was just saying, I definitely wouldn't dare to take action," Flying Cloud Master said. "Hand over your storage bag," Ziyue said softly. Flying Cloud Master was shocked, but the moment he met Ziyue's gaze, he didn't dare to hesitate at all. He hurriedly took out his storage bag, opened the seal, and handed it over respectfully. Daoist Chu Lu looked at the flying sword floating above his head and didn't dare to delay. He also quickly took out his storage bag. However, Ziyue only took Flying Cloud Master's storage bag and ignored Daoist Chu Li's storage bag. "I don't want to hear any rumors about me," Ziyue said and didn't explain further. Then, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and left quickly. "Phew, that scared me to death. I thought I was going to die this time." After a long time, Flying Cloud Master's face was covered in cold sweat as he said with a relieved expression on his face, "I was just lucky this time. I won't be so lucky next time." Daoist Chu Lu heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling of having a flying sword pointed at his head still terrified him when he thought about it. "However, why didn't he take your storage bag, senior brother?" Flying Cloud Master said with a hint of indignation on his face. This only shows that Taoist Bei Ming has a clear distinction between kindness and hatred. Moreover, didn't you think about what you said earlier? I think it's better for you to speak less in the future. Taoist Chu Lu rolled his eyes and said. Flying Cloud Master said with a resentful expression on his face. Who would have thought that an early divine realm cultivator would be so powerful? Do you really think he's only an early divine realm cultivator? In the world of celestial techniques, there are countless powerhouses and even more geniuses. This person's divine ability is amazing, and his strength is high. It's very likely that he's a true disciple from the 4 major celestial sects. He's definitely a prodigy. Such a person's cultivation base isn't any weaker than ours. Even if he's 1 stage lower than us, he can still defeat us if we join forces. Therefore, none of us can mention what happened today. Otherwise, we'll get into trouble. It's not something our cloud-sifting sect can bear. Taoist Chu Lu said solemnly. Understood. Flying Cloud Master's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly replied. Chapter 505. Ziyue naturally had his own standards of judgment. Even though Master Fei Yun had threatened him several times, he hadn't really attacked him. Therefore, he had only given him a small punishment and taken away his storage bag as a warning. As for Reverend Earthly Spirit, he had been harboring malicious intentions from the beginning. Afterward, he had directly attacked him and used the body-securing talisman to force him to face the God Realm middle stage, single-horned Kuei Ox. With the strength he had displayed at that time, if it had been someone else, they would have died without a doubt. This matter is over. It's time for me to act on my own and find a single-horned Kuei Ox King. Ziyue's figure was like lightning, and he scuttled on the ground like a wisp of smoke. At the same time, he had used the spirit concealment technique, which was a combination of many concealment and invisibility techniques. Therefore, even if he passed by several dozen meters away from some demonic beasts, they would not be able to detect his tracks. The previous search was not without results. At least, he had determined the center of the herd of single-horned Kuei Ox Kings. Based on his judgment of demonic beasts, the single-horned Kuei Ox King would generally be in the middle of the herd. Therefore, he soon saw another single-horned Kuei Ox. Looking in the direction of the single-horned Kuei Ox King, there were many of these great demonic beasts. Without any hesitation, it charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Big brother, isn't it too risky for us to do this? If something goes wrong, we'll be doomed eternally. In a place where the poisonous miasma was the densest, 2 figures shrouded in black mist began to communicate with each other through voice transmission. Riches and honor are sought in danger. For rogue cultivators like us, we have to rely on ourselves for all opportunities and gains. Since we've found this opportunity, we have to fight for it, even if we have to do our best. Don't you want the Flood Dragon's egg? You should know the value of this thing without me telling you. This time, In order to successfully steal the flood dragon's egg, we've made so many preparations. Just the antidote alone, we've bought dozens of them. Now, we've used up all our assets. Don't tell me you want our half a year of preparation to go to waste? The other person couldn't help but reprimand. But I heard that the poison dragon in the poisonous miasma is about to form its core. We don't need to fight it head-on. As long as the plan is right, we could take the items and leave. As long as we are more than 100 miles away from here, it won't be able to catch up to us no matter how powerful it is. Moreover, you should have also heard the commotion outside. Clearly, someone is hunting that group of single-horned Kuei cows. At that time, we could divert the trouble away and escape more smoothly. Then I'll listen to Big Brother. The other person gritted his teeth. In the end, he couldn't resist the huge temptation and agreed. Found it. Single-horned Kuei Ox King. It should be at the late stage of the divine realm. Based on the combat strength of the ordinary one-horned Kuei cow, its true strength was definitely at the level of a 5-star or even a 6-star divine realm. In terms of attack power, its combat strength could even soar to the level of a 7-star divine realm. Moreover, there were 3 intermediate divine realm and 12 early divine realm single-horned Kuei cows beside him. As expected, it was extremely difficult to hunt it down. It was no wonder that the 9-star Tao Palace would reward him with a 4-star deity token. It's because it's not something that ordinary cultivators can deal with. Ziyue looked at the incomparably tall, single-horned Kuei cow in the distance that stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. There were more than a dozen single-horned Kuei cows scattered around it. They were relatively small, but very majestic and emitted a powerful aura. However, to me, there's not much difference. Ziyue's eyes narrowed. He raised his foot and took a step forward. With just one step, he directly crossed a distance of several hundred feet. It was as if there was a bridge between the two places that could be directly connected. It was extremely fast. After one step, another step. Almost in an instant, he was within several hundred feet of the group of single-horned Kuei cows. Moo! 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 Ziyue's trace was revealed. Almost immediately, all the single-horned Kuei cows were alarmed. They all let out shocking roars. Extremely thick and crisscrossing thunderbolts, like the shaking of the heavens, almost instantly struck down at Ziyue. They were also extremely fast. In particular, the thunderbolts that were released by the single-horned Kuei Cow King were purple and extremely thick. It was as if a heavenly tribulation had descended and was filled with a terrifying power that seemed to be able to annihilate everything. North Dark Sword, break all techniques with one sword. Ziyue's expression did not change. A flying sword cut through the sky. At the same time, spiritual light flashed on his body. A 7-colored spiritual light instantly descended on his body. It was as if an immortal had descended into the mortal world, holy and transcendent. Rumble. The endless power of thunder and lightning quickly fell on Ziyue's body. However, even if the thunder and lightning could destroy everything, it could not shake the 7-colored rainbow light outside his body at all. It was all blocked outside his body. His flying sword, on the other hand, was spinning. In a flash, it rushed in front of the single-horned Kuei Cow King like a stream of light. Moo! The single-horned Kuei Cow King roared in shock and hurriedly spat out its monster core. The light purple monster core emitted a powerful aura and quickly collided with the flying sword. At this moment, it was also going all out. Ding! With a crisp sound, the monster core and the flying sword collided. The extremely sturdy monster core that carried the endless demonic power of the single-horned Kuei Cow King could not be stopped at all. The flying sword was like a hot knife through butter. It directly pierced the monster core and shattered it, then quickly sank into its head. Poof! Spiritual energy plus 124, 5255. The single-horned Kuei Cow King died instantly. The surrounding single-horned Kuei cows were all horrified. Their king dead? However, their hearts were soon filled with rage. The single-horned Kuei cows were a group of extremely crazy, special demonic beasts. Once they entered a battle, they would not rest until one of them was dead. Waves of thunder and lightning, far more violent and powerful than before, quickly fell on Ziyue fiercely. Their bodies turned into streams of light, staring at the huge, sharp horn and fiercely colliding with him. Courting death, Ziyue's expression did not change. Just as he was about to evolve the great immortal martial handprint, silent divine light, and other means to kill them, he suddenly had a thought. He had been cultivating for a period of time and was about to enter the beginner level of a few great divine powers. With a single thought, a flying sword shot out from his hand. In an instant, it evolved into 5 shocking sword lights. The sword lights flashed like giant pillars that held up the sky and crashed down from the 9 heavens. Rumble. The 5 sword lights, like 5 heavenly pillars, directly sealed the dozens of single-horned Kuei cows in a sword-shaped cage. Great divine power, 5 emperors' heaven-sealing sword. However, at this time, the power of countless thunder and lightning also rapidly blasted out, landing heavily on the sword-shaped cage, immediately causing it to tremble violently and was about to collapse. Although this great divine power was powerful, after all, he had not really entered the beginner level, and the power that he could unleash was limited. However, the moment Ziyue blasted out the 5 Emperor's heaven-sealing sword, he also quickly used another great divine power. Chi, chi, chi. The void vibrated, and the ground became unstable. A black, thread-like mystic light, with a slight wave of Ziyue's hand, quickly rushed out. Sizzle. It was extremely fast, crossing everything and flashing past. Puff, puff, puff. Amidst the cries, at least 7 or 8 single-horned Kuei cows were directly cut in half. Is this the power of the great divine power, magnetic slash? Is indeed powerful. Ziyue's eyes flashed, and he could not help but show a trace of surprise on his face. Even if he had not entered the beginner level of the magnetic slash, and had only reached 93% of the beginner level, the power of this attack was already comparable to the full blow of a cultivator at the later stage of the divine realm. With such a power, it was naturally not something that a group of single-horned Kuei cows who were at most of the middle stage of the divine realm could withstand. At this moment, he was really looking forward to how powerful this great divine power would be when he really entered the beginner level, or even when he had fully mastered it. Moo! The single-horned Kuei cows let out a desperate and determined roar, and the power of thunder and lightning jumped out, finally shattering the sword-shaped cage formed by the 5 Emperors' heaven-sealing sword. However, what welcomed them was the second and third great elemental magnetic slash. Soon, all the single-horned Kuei cows were completely killed. Spiritual energy plus 462063, plus 582123, plus 753213, 505, plus 216. As a large amount of spiritual energy flashed past, Ziyue also hurriedly controlled the flying sword to rotate rapidly, and took out the horns one by one, and put them all into his storage bag. As for the flesh and other materials on the ground, he did not mind since he had many storage bags on him, and he put them all into his storage bag. The last 5-colored flame rushed out, and the traces of the battle were eliminated. In this way, the number of horns on me, plus the one on the single-horned Kuei Cow King's head, and the 2 I got from the previous battle, I have a total of 18 horns. Quite a lot. Ziyue calculated in his heart, and a trace of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Moreover, it was worth mentioning that in his opinion, the biggest gain was in terms of spiritual energy. Just this wave at this time had increased his spiritual energy by more than 10 million points, not to mention that there were other assessment experts hunting around. He glanced at the attribute panel and was pleasantly surprised to find that his spiritual energy had reached 25 million points, and he estimated that it would not be long before it reached 30 million points. This was the real big gain. Roar. At this moment, an incomparably loud roar came quickly. This roar shook the void and it could be heard from 100 miles away, like a sudden burst of thunder, and it was extremely terrifying. At the same time, a tyrannical aura immediately rose from the distance and spread out in all directions. This is the poisonous dragon that spiritual master Earth Spirit mentioned before. Ziyue's expression changed. This aura was so strong that although it had not reached the level of the Golden Elixir realm, it had already surpassed spiritual master Richwater, whose strength had reached the peak of the divine realm and was said to have the strength of a 9-star divine realm. Chapter 506. 100 miles away, Reverend Panshan suddenly stood up and looked in the direction of the heavenly demon territory in shock. Is it that poisonous dragon? That should be it. I wonder who it was that provoked that venomous flood dragon. It seems at this time, there should be very few people who can pass. A 5-star divine realm cultivator couldn't help but say. Not to mention passing the test, it's hard to say how many people can come back. The silver-masked cultivator said coldly. With the appearance of the poisonous dragon, even we can't do anything. Everything depends on their luck. Anyway, we'll only stay here for 3 days. If we don't come back after 3 days, we'll definitely die. This is the world of immortals. You can't blame others when you encounter danger. Reverend Panshan looked in the direction of the poisonous miasma beach and said indifferently. The poisonous dragon roared, and all the beasts retreated. The entire poisonous miasma beach seemed to have quieted down in an instant. Even the occasional buzzing sound of poisonous insects quieted down at this moment. Ziyue looked at the movement in the distance and thought for a while. In the end, he didn't act blindly without thinking. Although he wanted to fight with the poisonous dragon, he knew that it wouldn't be easy to deal with an enraged poisonous dragon. In addition, there was a golden core realm demon lord in the heavenly demon territory. It was better for him not to act blindly without thinking. Thinking of this, he was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, his eyes flashed, and he saw 2 unfamiliar cultivators rushing toward the outer area of the heavenly demon territory. These 2 cultivators had reached the divine realm. One was at the middle stage of the divine realm, and the other was at the early stage of the divine realm. Their faces were relatively ordinary, and they looked rather simple and honest. The 2 of them seemed to have noticed Ziyue's figure in an instant. Their faces were immediately filled with anxiety. They hurriedly rushed over and warned loudly, "Fellow Taoist, run quickly. The poisonous dragon is about to catch up." I don't know which bastard it was, but he actually provoked this evil creature. Let's go, let's go. The enraged poison Jiao dragon will definitely appear in its territory and start massacre. We need to quickly escape. The 2 of them had sincere expressions on their faces, as if they were worried about by Ziyue. As they spoke, the distance between the 2 sides rapidly closed. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. They instantly converged. One of them suddenly shook his hand, and in an instant, a large amount of venomous flood dragon excrement was thrown towards Ziyue. The other person casually threw out a talisman. Ziyue was also very familiar with this talisman. It was a grade 3 body securing talisman. With their simple and honest faces, coupled with Chen's sincere words of advice, coupled with the current emergency situation, they were naturally able to make people trust them and lower their guard. Then, they quickly took action. Their cooperation was incomparably proficient, as if they were successful in every endeavor. Ordinary cultivators, let alone early divine realm cultivators, even mid-divine realm cultivators would be affected by this attack. Complacency flashed in their eyes, but they didn't hesitate at all. At the same time, they pushed their speed to the limit, even faster than before. Ziyue raised his foot and dodged their attacks. At the same time, his indifferent voice rang out. "Do you really think that everyone is a fool?" Immediately afterward, a ball of spiritual light shot out and landed on their bodies without any delay. Divine ability, minor spirit sealing technique. In an instant, the spiritual light and divine thought fluctuations in the bodies of the 2 cultivators who had just pushed their speed to the limit, were instantly sealed. Without the driving force of their divine thought, the two cultivators, who had rushed out at high speed, immediately fell to the ground with their faces. They only stopped after moving a few hundred feet horizontally. Zhe hovered in front of the two cultivators and said indifferently, "Die." As he spoke, he raised his hand slightly. Fellow cultivator, please spare our lives. We were just momentarily blinded by greed. By the way, we have the flood dragon's egg with us. As long as you let us go, we're willing to offer you the flood dragon's egg. Yes, the reason why the venomous flood dragon went on a rampage is because we stole its egg. This flood dragon's egg is extremely precious. Once it hatches, it will be a flood dragon as a pet. Even the 4 major celestial sects would be tempted to take it. The two cultivators hurriedly spoke. Their voices were trembling, and it seemed that they were terrified. Is that so? Ziyue's palm paused slightly and then dispersed. Then I can't use the great immortal martial handprint to kill you. When the two cultivators saw the spiritual power fluctuations in Ziyue's palm dissipate, their hearts suddenly relaxed. Just as they were about to rejoice, they suddenly felt a blur in front of their eyes, and a sword light flew out. Puff! Puff! They only felt a pain in their heads before they suddenly fell into eternal darkness. With a wave of his hand, Ziyue directly picked up the two cultivator storage bags and a spirit beast bag. Using his divine thought, he found a silver flood dragon's egg in the spirit beast bag. It was the size of a water tank. Roar! At this moment, there was a loud noise in the void. An earth-shattering roar came from afar and quickly rushed towards by Ziyue's direction. Not good. Ziyue's expression changed. Looking at the flood dragon's feces scattered on the ground, his heart sank. Obviously, the aura of the feces attracted the flood dragon's attention. He quickly turned around and used the earth shrinking technique. In the blink of an eye, his figure turned into a stream of light and shot off into the distance at high speed. But in the next moment, an incomparably huge and majestic figure swooped down from the purple clouds. The pair of eyes that seemed to be of the same age immediately saw the two corpses on the ground and also saw Ziyue, who was quickly leaving. Without any hesitation, the flood dragon rushed towards Ziyue like a dragon. Its speed was not slow, only slightly slower than Ziyue. The aura of this poisonous flood dragon. It's about to form a core. Ziyue turned his head and glanced at the one-horned dragon. He was also amazed. Except for the lack of dragon horns, the flood dragon's appearance was not much different from a real dragon. It had a long black beard, a ferocious head, and exposed fangs that were full of endless cold light. It was born with an endless deterrent force. Its eyes were indifferent, and its body was covered in thick and tough black scales. The scales connected to each other, wrapping around its entire body, including its belly, without leaving a single gap. Finally, its claws were only slightly open, but there was a faint trace of cold aura coming out. There was no doubt that once one was caught by those claws, it would be difficult to escape. You can't escape. The poisonous flood dragon spoke in human language. It targeted Ziyue and stimulated its speed to the extreme. But Ziyue's speed was too fast. With the current strength of his divine sense, he used the earth shrinking technique to the perfection level. It was really like a flash of lightning. At least in the God realm, no one dared to say that they could catch up with him. However, this was the heavenly demon territory and the poisonous miasma beach, which was within the territory of the poisonous flood dragon. Therefore, when Ziyue was escaping, demonic beasts, following the call of the poisonous flood dragon, quickly rushed towards Ziyue. A spiritual snake spat out its tongue and rushed out quickly. A huge and ugly toad suddenly spat out a cloud of fog from its mouth and quickly dispersed. Ziyue had to dodge in advance and quickly turned to the side. But at this time, with a crackling sound, a single-horned Kuei cow shot out a thunderbolt at Ziyue in an instant. Kill! The poisonous flood dragon roared, and the black light on its body shone brightly. Its speed soared again. Since you want to die, why don't I fulfill your wish? Ziyue's mind moved, and a flying sword pierced through the sky. The head of the single-horned Kuei cow was immediately penetrated. Then he stretched out his hand, and a spiritual light filled with the power of destruction and killing instantly fell. Divine ability, annihilation, divine light. Sizzle, the vitality of the toad, which was full of poisonous miasma, was instantly obliterated and completely wiped out. Finally, Ziyue stretched out his hand and waved, and a black light flashed and disappeared. Divine ability, magnetic slash. The spiritual snake's entire head was directly cut in half by him. Roar! But at this time, the poisonous flood dragon finally caught up. With a roar, it opened its mouth, and immediately a cloud of black poisonous flame turned into a sharp arrow. Like a flash of lightning, it quickly swept towards Ziyue. Sizzle! In an instant, the poisonous flame fell on Ziyue's seven-color calamity, avoiding spiritual light. It immediately caused the spiritual light outside his body to sway slightly. But that was all. This attack did not cause the slightest harm to Ziyue. After breaking through to the middle stage of the divine realm, Ziyue's divine thought was not only several times stronger than before, but also the degree of its purity had soared greatly. In addition, the defensive power of the seven-color calamity avoiding spiritual light at the perfect level was already unparalleled, and it could withstand the full blow of a 9-star divine realm expert. At this time, its defensive power had reached the level of a half-step gold core realm expert. Naturally, it easily blocked the poisonous flame of the poisonous flood dragon. How is this possible? The poisonous flood dragon was horrified. It did not expect Ziyue's defensive power to be so terrifying. It should know that its poisonous flame not only contained the terrifying power of the flood dragon's true flame, but also the endless evil chi that had absorbed and swallowed countless poisonous miasma and highly toxic substances. It was extremely powerful, and it had always been successful when it was used before. But at this time, it did not shake the opponent's defense at all. At this moment, it was confused. When did the strength of a human at the early stage of the divine realm become so terrifying? Not only was his speed unparalleled, but his defensive power was also so strong. It finally started to take Ziyue seriously. A trace of spiritual light flashed in its light blue eyes. It jumped up and stretched out a pair of claws. Like a giant dragon coming out of the sea, endless cold light flashed. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Today, I'm going to kill the flood dragon. Ziyue shouted softly. His face was expressionless, and his mind was immersed in the flying sword. Whoosh! A sword light suddenly bloomed, and the whole void seemed to be lit up. A silver silk line formed between heaven and earth, and in the middle of the silk line was pitch black. This sword faintly pierced the space. It was extremely fast and pointed at the poisonous flood dragon. Chapter 507. Puff! The flying sword pierced through the claws of the venomous Jiao dragon like a hot knife through butter. Then, without losing any momentum, the flying sword slammed into the venomous Jiao dragon's abdomen. In an instant, the scales on the venomous Jiao dragon's body were shattered. Awoo! The poisonous dragon cried out in pain. Its long tail immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and swung towards Ziyue. At the same time, clouds of black poisonous fog spread out in an instant and eroded the surrounding area. This poisonous fog seemed to be innately unblocked by the defensive spirit light and directly invaded Ziyue's seven-color disaster, avoiding spirit light. He only smelled it slightly, and his head sank. With a chill in his heart, Ziyue immediately swallowed a detoxification pill, and his head immediately became lighter. This detoxification pill was refined by him. It was a self-defense item, so its grade was naturally very high. It had reached the 3rd grade, and its effect was naturally excellent. It could detoxify thousands of poisons. Although the poison used by the poisonous dragon was strong, as long as it didn't exceed the 3rd grade, it could be restrained by the detoxification pill. Then, Ziyue's mind moved. A 5-colored flame immediately evolved into a huge furnace and burned wantonly. Not only did it incinerate the surrounding poisonous fog, but also completely enveloped the poison Jiao dragon's enormous body within the blazing furnace. "Awoo!" The poisonous dragon cried out in pain again. The scales on its body bloomed with layers of light, desperately blocking the invasion of the flames. However, the power of the furnace of 10,000 flames was simply too strong. It was comparable to the golden core primordial flame. Even though he was covered in scales and had a strong defense, he could still feel his scales melting and a large chunk of his flesh turning into charcoal. Resisting the pain, its tail shook violently. It used all its strength and finally rushed out of the range of the flames. But before it could breathe a sigh of relief, a sword light suddenly bloomed and turned into 5 sword pillars. It rushed straight down and sealed its entire body in a sword-shaped cage. At the same time, a thin black line turned into a bright light and suddenly flashed, cutting off the head of the dragon. Pieces of scales were cut off, and it immediately felt bursts of pain. At this moment, Bai Ziyue was using the 5 Emperor's heaven-sealing sword and the great elemental magnetic cleave. The 2 great spells were used one after the other and immediately dealt a heavy blow to the poisonous dragon. "You're courting death. I'll kill you." The poisonous dragon roared and its tail flashed, immediately breaking the 5 Emperor heaven-sealing sword. Then it roared crazily and immediately opened its huge mouth. Pop! Immediately, a pitch-black beast core the size of a bowl was spat out by it. As soon as the Yao core appeared, a black, stinky, and extremely poisonous aura immediately spread out. The surrounding plants, and mutated beasts that didn't manage to escape in time were wiped out in almost the blink of an eye, dying completely. "Go!" The poisonous dragon's eyes, Bai Ziyue's expression did not change. His body shook violently, and a huge illusory image formed by Bai Ziyue's own body immediately appeared above his head. The huge phantom opened its eyes and indifferently glanced at the poisonous dragon in front of it, as well as the monster core that the poisonous dragon was shooting at it. It suddenly let out a shout. In the blink of an eye, a misty green halo radiated forward in the blink of an eye. Chi. The monster core that had just charged out immediately trembled and slightly hovered in the air. Even further away, the poisonous dragon's eyes were lifeless, as if it had lost its will. Then, with a thought from Bai Ziyue, the North Sea flying sword turned into a stream of light and performed the one sword break, all spells theurgy. Pooh! In almost an instant, the flying sword pierced through the poisonous dragon's incomparably hard head and spun around it. Soul energy plus 2975238. A huge amount of soul energy immediately flashed in front of Ziyue's eyes. Close to 3 million points of soul energy. This was definitely the biggest gain he had ever gotten in a single trip. And what Ziyue used at this moment was the innate ability that he had awakened after breaking through to the god realm, absent-minded. Under the effect of absent-minded, it immediately captured the poisonous dragon, allowing him to calmly attack and kill it with a single sword strike. The power of my innate ability is indeed much stronger than before. Especially after he had broken through to the early divine realm, the power of this attack was more than twice as strong as when he had just broken through to the early divine realm. Even this poisonous dragon that's about to form its core can be easily captured. Ziyue sighed in his heart, but without any hesitation, he immediately began to clean up the battlefield. The poisonous dragon's body was huge, with a length of 15 to 16 feet, and the thickest part was even 10 feet wide. Ordinary storage bags couldn't contain it at all. However, the poisonous dragon's body was a treasure, so he couldn't bear to waste it. Now that he had greatly increased his dependence on spirit stones during cultivation, he naturally wouldn't let it go. The flying sword flashed continuously, immediately cutting it into dozens of pieces and putting them one by one into storage bags. Next was the spiritual snake, the single-horned Kuei cow, and the toad that he had killed before. He didn't let any of them go. There's also this dragon core. This poison is really strong. If it wasn't for the fact that the antidote I refined was at the level of the 3rd grade, which can cure thousands of poisons, it would have been a bit troublesome. Finally, Ziyue's gaze landed on the poisonous dragon core. As the poisonous dragon fell, the spiritual light on the monster core converged, but the terrifying poison inside made him feel a wave of numbness, as if he was about to be poisoned. It was very terrifying. However, this flood dragon core is indeed an excellent material for refining pills. Regardless of whether it is used to refine a detoxification pill, or if it is supplemented with poisonous herbs to refine a poison pill, it will be extremely useful. Although the Tao of poison is a minor Tao, sometimes it really has to be guarded against. Ziyue pondered for a moment before deliberately putting it away in a sealed treasure box. He planned to refine it into an antidote if he had the right materials. With his current high 4th grade alchemy skills, it wouldn't be difficult to refine a 4th grade antidote. A 4th grade antidote could even cure poisons that involve the soul. In the eyes of some people, it was enough to save lives. Just like the fire poison that Taoist Richwater's junior brother had suffered. If he had a 4th grade antidote, he could easily recover. After that, he didn't stay for long. With a flash, he charged out of the heavenly demon territory. In the direction of the poison miasma beach, it sounds like someone is fighting with the poisonous dragon. On the warship, Taoist Panshi's face suddenly flashed with a trace of doubt. Is that so? This movement is not small. Who is it? The other two beside him were also surprised. No matter who it is, to be able to fight with the poisonous dragon, who is about to form a core, the weakest is a 9-star divine realm expert. Taoist Panshi suddenly said, could it be Taoist Huge Axe, Fairy Qingji, and the others? Taoist Huge Axe is said to be preparing for another mission. As for Fairy Qingji, it seems that we haven't heard from her for a long time. Look, someone is coming back. Wait, the sound of the battle has stopped. Is the result out? Who won? Is it the poisonous dragon or the mysterious expert? The other two were shocked at this time and looked into the distance. Ziyue took a step forward, then another step. Although he didn't use his extreme speed, he was extremely fast. In just a short time, he rushed out of the poison miasma beach and stepped into the forest. His body was like a phantom, and the surrounding scenery was quickly passed by. Soon, the warship was in sight. Ziyue didn't stop and quickly rushed to the warship. Just at this time, a sword light flashed out, as fast as lightning, and stabbed toward Ziyue fiercely. Ziyue's expression didn't change. His palm print covered the sword light and suppressed it. The palm print didn't reduce its strength and hit forward. Rumble. Amidst a shocking explosion, a huge palm print directly crushed the huge trees into pieces. It also crushed the cultivator who had launched a sneak attack on him in a mincemeat, killing him on the spot. In an instant, the surrounding people, who were also tempted and wanted to attack him, were shocked and frightened. Although there were few people who were familiar with each other, after the previous contact, they all knew that Ziyue's cultivation was only at the early stage of the divine realm. However, with just one palm, the cultivator at the middle stage of the divine realm was smashed into pieces among all the people. Only Flying Cloud, Venerable, and Immortal Chu didn't look surprised. They had seen Ziyue's fierceness with their own eyes. Thinking of the flying sword technique, they still felt a chill in their hearts. Not to mention that the attacker was only at the middle stage of the divine realm. They estimated that even if the attacker was at the late stage of the divine realm, the result would still be the same. Ziyue looked calm. He stretched out his hand and put away the storage bag and magic treasure on the attacker. After that, he continued to fly toward the warship. At this time, no one dared to stop him. Even the two cultivators in monk robes bowed slightly, showing a trace of respect. Good boy, your strength is not bad. The 5-star divine realm expert in a black robe looked at Ziyue and praised him. Senior, you're too polite. Bai Ziyue landed on the warship and cupped his fists slightly as he spoke. Don't call me senior. You can call me Immortal Pei or fellow cultivator Pei. As for being polite, I'm not being polite. For immortal spell cultivators, strength is respected. This is especially true in the 9-star Dao Palace. Among us star-grade experts, those who are strong will naturally be valued. If you're not strong enough, do you think I'll pay attention to you? Immortal Pei rolled his eyes and said. Ziyue nodded silently, feeling relaxed in his heart. His strength couldn't be measured by his cultivation level. Moreover, he was now Immortal Bei Ming, which had nothing to do with his original identity. There was no point in hiding his strength. Therefore, after a slight hesitation, he restrained and released his aura. Suddenly, the strength of a middle-stage divine realm immortal spell was completely revealed in front of everyone. Chapter 508. Middle Stage Divine Realm? I knew it. His strength isn't as simple as an early-stage Divine Realm cultivator. Everyone was shocked. Then, realization dawned on their faces. He also felt a lot better. A cultivator in the early stage of the Divine Realm instantly killed a cultivator in the middle stage of the Divine Realm. This was naturally shocking. However, if his immortal technique was also in the middle stage of the Divine Realm, then it would make sense and they wouldn't find it so hard to accept. After all, geniuses were shocking. However, if such a genius appeared beside them, it wouldn't be a pleasant thing. To be able to cultivate to the Divine Realm, which one of them didn't grow up under the shocked gazes of others. They thought they were geniuses, but they didn't want to admit that others were more talented than them. Seeing this, Ziyue smiled faintly. To him, it didn't make much of a difference. When he was at the early stage Divine Realm, he also had the battle record of killing a 7-star Divine Realm expert instantly. Now, his battle prowess would only be stronger. By the way, fellow Daoist, you should be the last cultivator to come back from the poisonous miasma beach. Did you see who was fighting with the poisonous dragon? Enlightened being Pei was not surprised when he saw Bai Ziyue reveal his cultivation base. He only hurriedly asked. Spiritual Master Pan Shan and the silver-masked cultivator beside him also listened attentively. The battle between experts is too shocking. I didn't dare to get close, so I don't know the situation. Ziyue shook his head. Hearing this, the others weren't disappointed. Immortal technique cultivators were very alert to danger. It was normal for them to avoid it. Senior, there are many accidents in this star token examination. Before things settle down, no one will dare to participate in the task. So, can we cancel the examination? At this moment, a cultivator approached and asked respectfully. Cancel. Reverend Pan Shan coldly shook his head and said, I've already said that anything can happen during a mission. In the past examinations, it's not like it hasn't happened before that the entire team of judges like me was wiped out. We can't change it just because of the appearance of the poisonous dragon. But if we do that, there will be too few people who pass the examination this time. That cultivator wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Reverend Pan Shan. Even if no one passes, it's the same. All right, all the people who pass the test can hand over the single-horned Kuei cow first. We'll record it for you. As for the others, they could either continue on to the poisonous miasma beach or give up. As long as you're alive, there will always be a chance. As soon as the voice fell, the two Buddhist cultivators hurriedly took a step forward and handed over their mission credentials. Then, under the eager gaze of Venerable Fei Yun, perfected Chu Lu took a step forward and took out a single horn. Next was a burly cultivator. With a flip of his hand, a horn appeared in his hand. Since then, no one else stepped forward. The remaining 6 cultivators all had helpless expressions on their faces. Oh, should I hand over the mission now? It just so happens that I have a lot of them in my hands. If anyone wants them, I'll give you 3 million low-grade spirit stones each. If you want to buy them, hurry up. Seeing this, Ziyue suddenly said in a calm tone, As soon as his voice fell, the surroundings fell silent. Then, a cultivator rushed over and threw out 3 million low-grade spirit stones with a wave of his hand. Fellow Taoist, please give me the extra. Seeing this, the others' faces were filled with regret. They sighed inwardly. They already knew that Reverend Darknorth was powerful. Now that they saw it, he actually killed 2 single-horned Kuei cows in one go. Bai Ziyue took the spirit stones and handed over a horn. He smiled and said, "Is one horn enough? I have many more." More? Hearing this, the other cultivators who were originally disappointed rushed over and hurriedly said, "Fellow Taoist, give it to me. I'll take it." "Me too. Me too." "Don't worry, everyone is one." Ziyue smiled and waved his hand. Immediately, a pile of horns filled with dense, lightning energy appeared in front of everyone. Immediately, everyone, including Reverend Panshan and Reverend Pei, looked at each other. How many were there? Excluding the one he just sold, there were at least 17 more. Among them, there were a few that were thicker and longer. It was obvious that they came from the single-horned Kuei cows. They were shocked. Could it be that he killed all the single-horned Kuei cows? Soon, the remaining 5 people, including Master Fei Yun, borrowed spirit stones from Reverend Chulu and bought one each. However, at this moment, Bai Ziyue did not stop the transaction. Instead, he waved the remaining 12 horns in his hand and said, 5 horns could be exchanged for a 2-star god token. 10 horns could be exchanged for a 3-star god token. Could it be that none of you are tempted? Reverend Pan Sher's face twitched. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. Although this kind of transaction was somewhat unreasonable, it wasn't strictly forbidden. Most importantly, when Ziyue took out so many horns, Reverend Pan sure knew that this person wasn't simple. His strength might be beyond his imagination. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to offend him. My Dharma name is Ding Su. This is my junior brother Dingjun. Greetings, fellow Taoist. We don't have that many spirit stones on us. Can we exchange 10 million low-grade spirit stones and these 2 high-grade flying swords for the 8 horns in your hand? The 2 cultivators from the Buddhist sect stepped forward, bowed, and said, "These 2 flying swords aren't simple. They're legendary spirit treasures. 2 of the flying swords in the million sword illustration have the same origin. When used together, their power far surpasses that of ordinary high-grade magic treasures. They're very extraordinary." Dingjun hurriedly said, "Million sword illustration?" Ziyue frowned. He had heard of the million sword illustration. It was said that it was a spirit treasure passed down from ancient times. It used a sword formation diagram as the main body, and tens of thousands of high-grade flying swords combined to form a shocking sword formation. Its power was unparalleled. However, the most important part of the million sword illustration was the sword formation diagram. The flying swords inside were not important. Regardless of whether these 2 flying swords were one of the tens of thousands of flying swords, in his opinion, they were only ordinary high-grade flying swords. They had more than enough power, but they wouldn't be of much help to him. In the end, they would turn into material essence and merge into his life's source, flying sword, as nourishment. Okay. However, after thinking about it, he still agreed. Even if these 2 flying swords didn't have the name of the million sword illustration, the material wasn't bad. What was even rarer was that these 2 flying swords could be used as a set. To a certain extent, they could mutually increase the power of the flying swords, allowing them to display power far surpassing that of ordinary high-grade magic treasures. I'm Qing Chengzhenren. Greetings, fellow Taoist Northern Darkness. Here are 1,200 high-grade spirit stones. How about you give me the remaining 4 poisonous dragon horns? At this moment, the majestic cultivator in the lead looked at Bai Ziyue and said, "Of course." Ziyue looked at the man in surprise. Without hesitation, he immediately handed over the remaining 4 horns. "There's something I'd like to ask. Fellow Taoist, you've sold all the horns. Don't you want to get a 2-star divine order or a 3-star divine order?" The Qing Cheng Taoist asked doubtfully after handing the 4 horns to the Taoist. "No, I don't." Zua shook his head and said with a smile, because I can get a 4th grade divine order directly. With that, he turned his hand again. A horn that was thicker and longer than all the previous horns appeared in front of everyone. Its aura was also more powerful. This, Qing Chengzhenren was dumbfounded. Everyone else's face was also full of shock. Was this the horn that belonged to the one-horned Kuei Ox King? The one-horned Kuei Ox King is at least a late-stage divine order expert, but Taoist Northern Darkness actually killed it. Not only that, but if you count the number of horns he just sold, I'm guessing he slaughtered the entire herd of one-horned Kuei Ox Kings. This isn't as simple as taking the head of an enemy general in the midst of an army of 10,000. He wiped out the entire herd. With this kind of strength, this kind of means, he's not even worthy of a 4-star divine order, is he? This is too shocking. Is he really only a mid-stage divine order expert? Everyone was discussing this matter, their eyes filled with shock. Master Soaring Cloud and Enlightened Master Chu Lu were especially shocked. Even though they had repeatedly raised Ziyue's strength, they were still shocked when the one-horned Kuei Ox King's horn was taken out. Fellow Taoist, you've really hidden your strength well. Enlightened Master Pei looked at Ziyue with a complicated expression and could not help but sigh. The one-horned Kuei Ox King's strength had definitely reached the late-stage divine order. In other words, it was equivalent to a 4-star divine order expert at the very least. If one took into account the extremely powerful lightning energy that it had mastered, even a 6-star divine order expert would have a hard time dealing with it. If the one-horned Kuei Ox King was protected by more than 10 divine order single-horned Kuei Ox Kings, the difficulty of killing it would increase by another level. Perhaps only a 7-star divine order expert would dare say that he could kill the one-horned Kuei Ox King. Could it be that Ziyue's true combat strength had reached the 7-star divine order? It's just luck. Ziyue shook his head faintly. Even if I were to attack, it would be difficult to kill the one-horned Kuei Ox King and more than 10 one-horned Kuei Ox Kings in a short time. At this moment, Enlightened Master Pan Shan could not help but say solemnly. Instantly, the way the others looked at Ziyue became even more unusual. Enlightened Master Pan Shan was a genuine 7-star divine order expert. When he said this, it was almost as if he had directly asserted that Ziyue also had the strength of a 7-star divine order expert. Luck? This could not be luck. It could only be strength, real strength. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.